But
Hello and welcome to this week's session of Lyfari Oathwardens. We're so happy to have everybody here. A card was drawn that we can blame Shadow for before the session started.
Okay.
Kenna, can you tell us about it?
Yes, he pulled the Empress reversed, and the keywords are inaction, anxiety, and lack of growth. Yay! Just what we need.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what you want at the beginning of a campaign.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've made it all the way to session 12 though, which is pretty exciting. Because we jumped into this so quickly after the last one, like I also feel like we're in session 70. But we're slowly marching forward. We're close to episode 20, which is amazing. Let's go ahead and jump into our start of session questions. And as always, the first one is, what stood out to you from last session? Would anybody like to jump in with that?
Opening my notes.
The ghosties talk to me. Ghosts
Moon's
in my
haunted.
blood. Ghosts in everybody
Ghosts in my
else's
blood.
blood.
Ghosts in my blood.
ghosts in my soup.
Ghosts
Ghosts in my
everywhere.
soup and my blood,
Ghosts
y'all.
up your butt.
Blood about what?
What? First of all,
Excuse me,
Blue,
man.
what did you say?
Huh?
What did you say?
Wait,
Ghost in the what?
my soup and my blood.
Soup. Okay. I heard stool, and that was gross. Okay. You don't
Oh,
have
but
to take
her
credit.
saying ghost
Ghost
in
Ghosts
my
Okay.
up your
butt.
butt.
Those
But
two
it's a
things are
ghost,
basically the
so
same one thing.
Listen, here's the thing. If a ghost is up your butt, does it really count
It's in your
as
stool.
As a
it's up your
anything
ghost?
butt.
being there? Because they're a ghost.
Guys,
They're
we
just going
found out
right
last
through
night that the Discord is haunted, so there is a ghost about. There's many ghost talks happening.
Real
Okay.
talk, though, the ghosts talk to Adriel, and that stood out to me, obviously, as the player of Adriel. I pick Callum.
Okay.
I thought the fucking statue almost BTFOing us was really funny. Just the like, oh, what's in here? And then the fucking what are they called? The Weeping Angel from Doctor Who decides to come to life and try to kill me.
It wasn't one of the weeping ones. It was ready to fight. It had been
It would be
made
funny.
me weep.
It would be funny if Weeping Angels just threw big rocks at people in Doctor Who.
And it was a whole bunch of who threw that, because obviously when you look at
Who
them.
did that?
Who are you picking on, Callum?
Are we just going completely? Did everyone's what we were shouting not count?
Yeah, everybody goes one by one.
I pick Kenna.
Dun, dun, dun.
She picked you.
Mine was-
You.
I pick Kenna.
Mine counted.
Yeah, hers counted, and she picked
I
you.
just asked a question, and you said everyone. I pick Dante.
Okay, Dante.
I think us dealing with like sort of the most aggressive, I think, like back-to-back combat we've ever had to. Everything else has been, for the most part, like one and done sort of situations. I guess the closest thing would probably be dealing with the Elementals challenge back in the city. But yeah, seeing everyone deal with sort of getting jumped 5 times in a row in a destroyed tomb. And finding them poisoned. That's sad. Magic
Yeah.
boots.
Yeah. Who do you want to pick on?
I pick on Therafina.
Serafina.
The marital dispute between Merrick and Adriel stood out to me.
Okay. Which dispute was this?
The one
Which?
where he where he went to pick up the statue off the altar, and Adriel's like, "Don't do it, or you're sleeping on the couch. Don't do it."
Well, we're not
And he
married,
kept-
so
he
he can sleep
kept-
wherever he wants.
He kept sticking his hand out like "I'm gonna touch it, I'm gonna do it," and she's like, "Don't you do it." And then he took it, and then she stormed away. He is totally sleeping on the couch tonight, guys.
And that leaves you, Merrick, as the last sock. What stood out to you most from last session?
I think it's either people kept shooting shit through my legs and almost took my manhood out, or Seraphina's got wings.
Mm-hmm.
What's that about?
I totally forgot about that.
This is very interesting. She's like, no, I'm more about the tea between these two and not the fact that something very strange happened to me.
Clearly more concerned with a fake marital dispute than wings bursting from her back in the middle of a
See, the
dungeon.
thing is, though, that was in front of her and the wings are behind her. So,
So
Yeah.
true.
Out of
Well, she
sight,
was
out of
hovering.
mind.
She was hovering off the ground.
yeah.
Guys, that just jumped good. I don't know what you're talking about.
That mad air, dog.
I am so dexterous.
My ups are sick.
So sick. Okay, let's take a look at our in this moment question. You guys have returned from the broken tower. Many of you broken yourselves in some way or another. 2 of you poisoned. And have made your way back into Furwin and back to the Slippery Pike. You've just stepped in the pub. Who would like to answer how they're feeling in this moment?
I most need some rest after being almost crushed to death by the ceiling of the little tight space room that we were in.
Okay. Who do you want to pick on?
Merrick.
I hope above all else. No. I desperately want to know if we need to kill 1 person or 2. / more.
Maybe 5.
Okay. Who do you want to pick on?
Callum.
That
A
was the
labored
most,
sigh.
yeah, the most exasperated sigh ever.
Look, I gotta do 2 questions instead of 1.
I desperately want to be out of this town.
That's fair. Who do you want to pick on?
Kenna.
My experience of others has been frustrating. And I learned that sometimes even the people you think you know can disappoint you.
Well, you don't know Dante that well, so give him time, you know?
Oh, I'm talking about Merrick.
Oh.
Anyway,
Huh.
Guys, let's
I
just
think
crush some
Kincaid will
tweez.
tell you that Dante can easily disappoint you. That shouldn't be a surprise.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about.
oh, she's not an expert.
I've never met that woman in my life. Is it me? Am I last?
Yeah. it
Yeah?
is.
Yeah.
You're the last.
I hope above all else we can free Alana's soul.
That's good. Does anybody have any predictions for this session?
Drama.
I
A
think
long rest.
Moodlegraw's gonna try and charm one of us.
Moodlegraw.
A stab Moodlegraw.
What was Moodlegraw's name last time? What did you call him?
I can't remember, but I got a freshie coming up, so y'all just stay
A
tuned. and
freshie?
Buckle up.
He's gonna toot.
What?
Any other predictions?
I think there's going to be a confrontational showdown with Moodlegraw. And that, what's the guy's name? The, like, head of the church guy?
Mergen.
Yeah, I think he's under
Merkin.
some kind of spell, some kind of
Murgly-gop.
charm. Yeah, and... Yeah.
Okay.
And we're gonna
Gurgledy-gurgledy.
save him.
Well, that sounds good. I think, unless anybody has any final predictions.
Sometimes I'm saying stuff to myself and I forget that other people can hear me. Sorry.
That's just Callum things, really.
You are
Um,
certainly the
True.
most perceived out of all of us right now. Like you're directly streaming you talking.
Yeah, but my microphone is like quieter than Discord usually.
So we
Purposefully.
are at
Bad
the
bet, Zach.
slippery pike. Let me get us some music.
Flippery, plipplery.
So, you see a number of the locals here in the Slippery Pike. Obviously, the folks who own the place are bustling about. You see Bilfrar, the man you rescued. He is sitting with a group of 3 women. You've already met one of them for sure, which is Celia Buckthistle. There's also the ginger-haired woman, and a halfling that you've encountered previously. In passing, not actually speaking with her. You make your way in. You, at this point, are finding yourselves just like at the top of the afternoon, really. It's about 1:30. So it's not been particularly long since you guys slept. A short rest is available to you here if you would like. Or lunch.
Everyone want to get something to eat, take a little sit down, and then go get something else to eat?
Yes.
Might as
Eating
well.
twice?
Well, because we got to go to Moodlegraw's lunch, right?
Oh, right.
So we could either skip eating, but I feel like people probably want to, I don't know, sadly munch some bread while they're lick their wounds.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, at least resting a little.
Mockery continues. I'm just throwing this out there. Is it at all in our better interests to go to this lunch and try and rest up and maybe patch ourselves up while we're there with him?
I just have a slight worry that he might try and pull something, and I would rather
Yeah.
people feel they're most comfortable before we stroll on in.
That makes sense. I was just offering an option.
I thought about it as well, but I don't. Some of us are a little more armed up than the rest. So
I got chewed on by fish, so I'm
Yeah.
fully in support of whatever it is that helps us to get bandaged up first.
yeah. Hey, we gotta find like a herbalist in the woods to make us a bunch of the red juice.
I mean, if we have time, I can do that. I just need time to actually be able to go through the woods and find the stuff that I need, but I can do it. And then
All
she
right.
pats her, like her satchel, like indicating that, she's got her tools with her.
I can't make potions. Well, I maybe could if I tried. I've never really done it before. Easier to buy them. I can make you a bowl. You want a bowl?
I mean, I could probably use it to like grind up some herbs and stuff, kind of like a mortar and pestle.
I ain't got no wood on me right now, but later
I
you're
mean,
gonna get yourself a bowl.
we got plenty of time. I mean, we got plenty of time.
So
Yeah. Well, all right. So we've had the most helpful offer from Dante to make a bowl, but not now. Otherwise, let's, I guess, sit down and have something to eat. See what we can do. I think I've got some stuff I can start wrapping you up a bit. Mockery. So are you guys going to settle upstairs in sort of the sleeping quarters area that you've rented out, or just at one of the tables here?
Kyle is. He's gonna go upstairs and
why
hop
doesn't
down on his little like bedroll spread.
Doesn't
Mhm.
everyone go upstairs and I'll have them bring up a stew or something.
Okay. The bards head upstairs after Callum. Clerics?
Yeah.
Yeah. Going up.
Okay. Dante, if you'd like to speak with him, Willem Marston is available to you, as is his wife. Otherwise, you can just grab a quick something to take upstairs.
I'll just I'll pop over and quick talk to them. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Martian.
Oh, hello. How's your morning been?
Eventful. We'll say that. Everything good here?
Well, he kind of looks around a little bit and then
I'll
leans
lean in.
forward.
Yeah.
I really think that things are gonna come to a head here soon, mister. I don't know. I'm so suspicious and okay. I've been talking things over with the missus, and yesterday I met with one of your clerics. And he told me that there was an emergency here at the inn. And so I ran back as fast as I could, but turns out there wasn't one. And so the missus and I put our heads together and realized it's probably because, you know, I was letting the temple in on knowing that you guys had come into town. And I
That
need you
dumb
to know
son of a-
I wasn't doing it maliciously. It's just that, well... See, I'm coming to suspect that the temple that Mergen is planning to, I don't know, make sure I lose the inn. He's been raising my taxes, and every time, you know, he does come by for anything, he just makes comments that maybe it needs new ownership. Only, you know, the slippery pike has been in my hands ever since it was the roasting pit.
All right. Listen, I'll let you in on something. So, we had a meeting with Mergen. All right.
Yeah.
And he mentioned that in the summer, he's going to have some craftsmen come down to make upgrades on your fine establishment here. And it is my sneaking suspicion that he is going to overbill you for those upgrades and make you lose the place.
There's like this moment where like hope kind of comes into his eyes, like, oh, maybe my taxes are really going to help me out. That's like, he wasn't lying to me. And then your suspicions just sort of make him stoop a little bit lower. Oh,
I don't think you run this place poorly at all. I think you're a wonderful proprietor. And
well,
I worry that he is looking for more control over who can come and go and stay in town.
that's my thinking as well. And he looks around again. I just feel like, for some reason, this past year or so, it's like he just wants us to all go on away, and he wants to make Furwin something different than it was.
I think he'd very
I don't-
much like Furwin to be the temple of Mergen.
I don't know if it's, you know, he suffered a lot as a boy. I have to acknowledge that, of course.
Lots of people suffered as a boy.
I'm
Don't make much
wondering
sense
if-
to take it out on everyone else.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's just aiming to wipe the slate clean or something.
Listen, we're gonna be here a while longer, and we're gonna talk to him and figure some of this stuff out. Maybe get the hands a little less around your neck. All right?
Yeah. Listen, I don't know if you've met Miss Celia. She's the captain of our militia.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
And he like lifts one of his bony fingers to point out the brunette woman that's sitting with the group at the table with Bilfrar. That's her there with the sword.
All right. I'll introduce myself. Hey, can I
Well-
ask you? Oh, go ahead.
I kind of got the impression that, and I know the teachings of the Lady of Vengeance, of course, but I got the impression that your fellow cleric, I think he said his name was Merrick. That
Yep, Eric the cleric. That's him.
oh, I didn't consider that until you said it out loud.
You know, I just thought about it myself right this second, and that's one of the dumbest things I ever heard in my life.
Oh,
Well, he seemed pretty vicious. And I feel like in order to make up for sort of snitching on you guys and run into the temple, Miss Celia wouldn't take very kindly to undo violence in town. She's holding on to control with the militias as best she can against the guards of the temple, I would say. So, I don't know. If in the end you're doing something, and you don't have to, but if you're doing something to save us, save our town, and bring Furwin low in some way so he just lets up, or he kind of like lets that like trail off, I'd recommend getting some good evidence if you can. You can talk to folks, but one time I did go to Mergen at the temple and up into his chambers, and I saw that he was working on some papers, and he just seemed very intense about it. And then he stowed it away, but not in his desk. It was in that little area where it looks like he sleeps. Like he made sure his papers went there. So maybe there's something.
All right.
I don't know.
Hey, Willem,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to do my best to not do anything to make this place any worse than it was when I found it, and hopefully leave it a little better.
We all appreciate that, especially the missus and I.
Can I ask you something about someone that used to live here, just between the two of us?
Sure.
You know, a woman by the name of Alana?
Oh, yeah. I do. She also had a difficult life coming up. Her parents died, actually.
In a fire.
That's right. No, no, they died when the plague came through.
And she died in a fire.
No, she left town with that Perrick fella. They fell in love and just couldn't stand it. I mean, rumor had it that she worshipped Artan, you know, as the lady of loss, but the one that helps you sort of come around. And we've certainly experienced our share of loss here. So I think she had at one point intended to set up a temple to Artan, but obviously Mergen doesn't like that sort of thing. So I think she and Perrick just went off to put down roots someplace else.
Willem, they didn't go off anywhere. You get
What
my
do you
meaning?
mean?
They never left. And they're never gonna.
Well, they didn't die in any fire. There was the fire at her house, but like all of us searched and we couldn't find anything. No bones, no bone chips, no, nothing that looked like there'd been people in there. It was an empty house.
Dante will reach in his pocket and pull out one of her like artanic rings that she had on her that he took, and just flash it to him in his palm.
Don't let anybody see you've got that.
And he'll slide it away. They never left.
Where did you find that?
Out by the tower in the woods.
That was her old family home.
Yeah. And they were made to never leave it. So I'm telling you this in confidence. And I'm telling you this as a warning. Keep your head down. If he comes in here and he asks you to do something, you should do it best you can. Try not to leave us to the wind, but take care of you and yours.
I understand. I swear I won't say anything. I've learned my lesson, and I think you're here to do some good. All of you.
Here to do our best. And I'll take out 2 gold, and I'll slide it very subtly across the table to him for the taxes. And I'll give him a wink and a nod, and I'll then loudly, after we finish the conversation, be like, "Hey, could you bring a stew up? Might be some loaves of bread to the loft."
He says, "Yeah, I got it. Also, my eyes just went total blue, and I gotta go get the bread from the back room, so I'm gonna be led back there by a person that's trying to reboot my head."
I see you're deeply in your head, Willem.
Flex your escape muscle.
You got the blue,
thank
blue
you up
vision,
there.
the blue vision of the Lord up in your eyes.
Which lord?
Well, the only one we're allowed to talk about is the blue vision of the lady. Sorry.
That's what I was saying. Like,
Oh, my hands are up. My hands are up. Hey,
Who?
I ain't say nothing. I don't mean nothing. Sorry, Salak's a woman. I didn't know. I don't know much about gods.
come on, you saw the statues.
Oh, those
Yeah,
were her. I thought it was just a pretty lady.
Yelled and said that he'll bring up the bread.
Okay. I will move back upstairs and rejoin the party. What are all of you talking about when I get up there?
I think Adriel's in a corner, not talking to anyone.
I think Cal might be similar. Not necessarily
Yeah.
ignoring anybody, like if somebody came up to talk to him, but he's definitely he's hurting, so he's just resting.
Yeah, I think Merrick would be doing the same thing, but like also just sort of cleaning himself.
Could we circle up so I don't have to repeat myself in 4 different corners of the room?
It ain't that big of a room, but okay.
I would like to say it quietly.
Cal scoots over.
Yeah.
I don't think Adriel moves.
Dante will note that and turn to the people that have assembled. Willem's quite worried
About what?
about Mergen taking this place from him. And I think based on what we heard when we were there about his building project, I think that's likely to be true.
He's gonna demo the place for his project.
I think he's going to force them out monetarily so that he is in charge of the only inn this place got.
Right. Shit, alright.
I know we knew this before, but I talked to him a little bit about Alana and gave a warning. The general understanding is that the 2 of them left. Everyone thinks that. Everyone knows there was a fire. They searched themselves, but they didn't find it. So I have a feeling that he intentionally sealed off that basement. And the only thing that made that happen were them death dogs. Opening it back up.
All right.
And I know they bit you two up pretty bad, and I'll look to American Callum, but some part of me thinks they might have been, I don't know, that maybe they were there for a reason, to unearth what had been hidden. Death dogs, Lady of Loss, Goddess of Death.
I mean, we gotta go back down there, don't we?
We definitely do.
Yeah. I mean, we should.
We just got to worry about them buggy folk
Yeah.
and the angry statue that tuned you up pretty nice.
Well, that was the one that got launched across the room, so.
That's true. Are you all doing okay? A little better? Not dying on me?
Resting.
All right. Well, he basically, in not too many words, asked for our help to try and make this place a little better. He told me the captain of the militia is downstairs right now, and she's trying to hold control that seems to be wrested a little more every day from them towards Mergen and his guards.
We talked to her.
You talked to her?
Celia?
Celia, yeah.
Mm-hmm. When we were investigating that knot fire, she was on patrol.
Oh, last night?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, that's who you ran into. All right. And she seemed positive to our appearance here?
She seemed hesitant in general to whatever was happening and thought maybe our presence might cause issues. I don't think she fully trusts Mergen, but she won't come out and rightfully say it.
Yeah. Well, there's already a lot of fingers in her pie. So, Willem mentioned something he saw when he was in a meeting with Mergen, that he had some papers he stashed by his bed in his chambers. Seemed real keen on keeping them away. Said that if anyone's gonna end up doing anything around the town, they better make sure they got pretty good evidence, because Celia won't be much too happy.
What is it exactly do we think is happening here?
You want my rundown?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get a consensus here, because I think we can all agree that Mergen is borderline psychotic based on past trauma, and potentially is being lied to by Miedelgeist. So is it that we just kill him, or do we have to kill both of them, and in doing so potentially kill innocent people who might stand in the way?
Here's what I think's happening here. I think that Mergen is just a zealot. I think he believes what he's doing is right under Salak. I think that Moodlegra has used that desire to shape this place into something he likes a little better. I think whatever he did to make that tablet is not what Mergen thinks it is. And I think in doing that, Mergen went a little overboard at Mergen went overboard at Alana, killed her and her man for making that temple down there in that basement. I think her soul is trapped in the tablet, and I think it's given him some sort of boon that he believes is from Salak, and I don't think it very much is. I think one or both of them need to die based on the conversation we have with Moodlegra. If we only have to kill the wizard, and we don't have to kill the priest, we could help him see what he's done is wrong in some way, And that's
I
something.
mean, do you think it's simple as that? Killing him might lift some sort of a...
I think we got to shatter
Fail?
whatever that fucking tablet is. Not only just to free what I think is Alana's soul trapped in it, but also to stop whatever protection he feels he's getting from it. Because I think the divine revelation he saw might have just been Moodlegross setting up his own instance of control.
Would that explain the two-headed coin?
I still don't know much about that. And Dante will pull out the medallion that's scratched up he got from the dog's nest. But we did find this down there. And that's pretty good evidence that they had something to do with Alana and her man's death.
Can I see that for a second?
Here.
I want to turn it over and just see if anything jostles a memory, please.
Jostles a memory. Okay.
Do I know what the significance of two-headed coin might be?
Go ahead and you can roll an insight or a religion check. Religion will get you less.
Could I
Like
give him
the
the help
check is
action?
less?
No, that'll be like weaker information because you're trying to intuit something.
Sort of doing this together. Could I help?
Yeah.
Didn't roll the... Hold on. I guided
big.
myself.
Okay. So 21 altogether.
21.
Anyway.
So, Merrick, you are contemplating this. You know that the Temple of Salak here in Furwin has used this symbol centrally in their depictions of Salak. And at least from your experience, this is not one of her symbols. From others who've made comments here in your party, you're not like completely off base about that. There may be reasons of your own that you feel uncertain about what you can rely on. But you are pretty confident that like this symbol, unless it's something very new or specific to like a subsect of her worship, this is not something you've seen or you've seen anybody talk about. Mockery made a comment earlier as a worshiper of Ziel, which she disclosed, that the idea of a two-headed coin is kind of, it's a cheat. Like you always know what's going to happen. There's no sense in flipping that coin because it will always be heads. It will never be tails. You always know what it's going to be. And I think as you're considering that and the way that Mergen has discussed faith with you guys in such a very certain way, you get the sense, and maybe this isn't all of it in all of its entirety, but you get the sense that this symbol of Salak means if you use this as a symbol, you are always right. You are always justified in what you're doing. And that feels weird. That kind of is sandpaper on a wound a little bit. And if that's the revelation that he received, that anytime he feels a slight, if he chooses to act on it, that it is just and it is holy, that's a very dangerous way to feel. You know that for certain.
Merrick will kind of study it and rub a finger over it and sort of look like he's weighing things in his mind. Then he'll flick it back over to Dante, like ka-ting.
Catch it, slide it back away.
Well, it's not a symbol of Salak that I know of.
I think it's a symbol of Mergen.
Yeah, I think it's something that might make him feel better about what he's doing here.
Yeah, I think he feels he's been divinely given the right to enact vengeance for what happened to him on whomever he so dictates.
That would be a dangerous enemy to have.
I agree.
Celia mentioned that the house that we were investigating that was potentially on fire, but not on fire, was owned by a woman that came from nobility, and Celia thinks that she left because Mergen took interest in her, and she did not share the same feelings.
That was Alana. Right?
Yeah.
Am
Maybe. I believe so. I don't know.
I'm
She
fairly
didn't say
certain.
names.
When I was just talking to Willem, he said their family home burned down.
Here you go.
And he was under the firm belief that they left town to go establish something for Artan somewhere else. And I think Mergen found out what they were establishing down there and killed them.
Well, then, may have to eliminate him after all. Seems he might be too entrenched.
Hope maybe we can find a way around that. I don't want to force you to have to kill a man of your creed. But
Well, I don't want us to get run out of town.
I don't mind much about getting run out of town. I mind much more about these people not being dominated by the dogma he's spouting.
Well, let's consider the fact that, we're not just traveling together just to travel together. We're on a journey that is a test to be Oathwardens. We don't want, bad stories of our journey across the land to follow behind us and speak badly of us.
I understand that. But I think if doing what's right here leaves a bad story, that's one we're going to have to eat. I don't want to leave these people to get dominated and pushed down even further by a zealot who's lost his goddamn mind. Because how long until he burns another house down? How long until he kills another family just because of who they look up to? That ain't right. And I don't feel much confidence in being an Oathwarden if I can't do something in this one case. What's the oath for? If to get it, you had to step over people in pain over and over again.
Well, if there's a right way to go about this, I think we should do the right way.
And Willem said as much to me. We need evidence. There's papers in his bed chambers that might help us. We have this medallion. And whatever we can find out from Moodlegraw. I think that when we decide to act, we have to be swift and make it end quickly so that we can explain the situation and show our work. Is that agreed?
Sir,
Yeah.
Yes.
It's one way to go about it.
The bard's nod. Mockery glances over towards where Adriel is. Is she gonna be on board, do you think? I mean,
Merrick looks
we'll have
over.
to ask her, but
No, you don't need to ask. She wants to save the city. I know it. Right now, we give her space.
Merrick, when all this is done, I think we need to have a conversation about hearing voices.
He'll look at Dante. Talking about Callum in front of him.
Callum just blinks.
No, Callum's pretty clear about what's going on with him.
Oh, all
The
right.
two of you that are much less clear about what's going on with you two.
Don't hear voices. What gave you that idea?
I don't think you do.
He'll glance over at Adriel, but then look back at Dante and said, that conversation can wait.
That's what I said.
But it ain't up to me, and good luck. Because I ain't bringing it up to her.
That's fine. I can take that.
I don't think you can, buddy. But it'll be fun to watch.
I can take a lot more than you think.
Merrick looks at Kincaid. I'm gonna be honest with you. She can't hold a candle. But I'll be happy to watch from the side and maybe try and break it up if it gets to that point.
I'll make note that Kincaid looks distracted in this moment and strangely doesn't like jump on the possibility of niggling at Dante a little bit more.
Rest up. Let your wounds set. And we'll head out to Middle Grouse as soon as we're done.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get a bunch of you folks in a short rest. Give me just one moment to get the girls in there.
Girls.
Girls. Girls. Get the girls in there.
Get the girls.
Yes.
Get
Get the girls.
The
Yes.
girls.
The girls.
The girdles.
The girls.
Does
Eric
Pip
wears
need
a girdle?
anything to benefit from a short
A
rest, Serafina?
slimming figure.
No, Pip is good to go.
Merrick wearing the waist trainer.
It's G2G. Was something. Hey, you didn't include me.
Did I not? Let me jump you in back here. Oh, I didn't.
How could you not include her?
Oh god,
Right.
the pop-up for Arcane Recovery is so fucking beautiful.
Is it?
Is it not letting
It literally just gives me a list of my spell slots with check marks and all the ones that are done, and I just get to click the buttons for the ones I want to refill, and it does it automatically.
Why did I
Oh,
also
that's
not get
really nice.
included?
That's not true. I did see you.
Me.
Oh,
It might be.
man.
I might need to refresh and like sign in. Give me a second.
Callum doesn't get to rest.
Did that pop up for you?
I just hit reset or refresh. Hold on.
Oh.
No, you don't
Hold
get
on.
a short rest if you have ghosts in your blood.
No, You're simply
Well,
Man.
I got one. It just took.
Are you admitting you have ghosts in your blood?
You
publicly?
all said that I have ghosts in my blood.
In her butt.
Ghosts in my butt.
Man, I hope
There's
we don't
no
have
ghost
to
in
fight
anyone's
this
butt.
fucking dude.
There are ghosts in some people's butts.
There's something
all
up
I'm gonna say.
Kincaid's butt, but it's not a ghost.
Well, it's a stick, but
Yeah.
you have one too.
Rhymes
I
with
don't have
stick.
one.
You do.
I'm a handsome, sweet man with
a
love
stick
in
up
his
his
heart
butt.
and
With a
passion
stick
in
up
his
his butt.
mind.
Heart
With
and
a stick
passion,
up his
dude.
butt.
Okay, Trey,
It's not a
oh,
stick,
there
it's
it
a
is.
wand. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Did you put it there?
No, God did.
Oh.
Oh no, all three. Oh, our boy is fucked up bad.
I had 10
He
hit
was
points
on
left.
he was on death's door.
Yeah, all you tough taking motherfuckers can shut up, okay? The two of us have baby HP, me and Serafina over here.
Serafina was
I'm a
almost
baby
dead
little
too.
man.
I had 3 HP left.
Yeah, Mockery at one point when she was getting bitten by the kippers had one. To that end though, she it has been bandaged as best that she can, but she's still looking like shit. So I think she's going to bow out of going to Moodlegraws. So that way she can finish resting up as much as possible in case there's a confrontation with Mergen, which she thinks she expresses she thinks that's the larger threat because he's got people behind him and not just magic.
Bueno.
So yeah, she will sit back, but the lot of you and Kincaid can go where you next see fit.
Did they get rid of Song of Rest for bards in 2024?
It is a different thing.
Awful.
Mm-hmm. So,
Well, everyone's like bandaging themselves and stuff. When they bring up the food, I'll pour out some bowls for people and cut up some bread. Everyone can have a little meal to tide things over a bit.
you guys get, which is again like a fairly poor meal, but it's filling enough to make you just feel a little bit better, a little bit more like your brains are fully turned on, but without like making you feel like you've had so much that you'll just be picking at food when you get to the Wizards if you plan to eat there for his lunch. But yeah, patched up, like you guys are still feeling it, like there's just sort of like bone deep aches that mean it's just a little bit harder to do things with the usual grace or athleticism that you may usually have, but you are as good to go as possible. A little bit drained, particularly you magic folks, but you're ready to go.
Actually goated with the sauce, so.
What kind of sauce?
Sweet and sour.
It's actually a garlic dill.
Ah,
Interesting.
got some Roch mayo. That's what I got.
I'm gonna be so for real. I fucking hate mayo.
Worst condiment.
I love sriracha. I hate mayo. Why would you ruin my sriracha with mayo?
People sick.
So, as you guys leave the Slippery Pike, it's very easy to pick your way through Furwin towards the Wizard's Tower that has been constructed there. It is not like, in pristine condition by any means. It does look newer than a lot of the other buildings, with the exception of how well maintained, so therefore a little bit more difficult to tell the age of the temple of Salak. But it does stand out because it's got a colorful roof and The shingles on the side, especially like around the lower floor as you're getting closer to it, are sort of painted in like a scattering of colors. The door itself is painted green with a blue sort of spiral pattern consuming the whole front of the door, not just like a little one, but like the whole door has a big spiral on it. And there's lights on inside.
Which one of us actually got the official invitation from
Me.
Moodlegraw? Should you maybe knock on the door?
I knock on the door.
Okay.
Got everybody big smiles. We want to be here.
Very shortly thereafter, you are greeted by the smiling face of Ferwin. And it looks like our little conversation module has gone awry. So let me get Moodlegraw.
Oh, by the way, Gwen,
Mm.
I put on the boots and left my boots at the tavern during the rest.
Understood. Okay, so that means you've also, if I don't think they're necessary, but I think you've attuned to them if so.
They are not attuned, but I
Okay.
whatever amount I would have, over the short rest I would have.
Okay. So you're greeted by Moodlegraw, not Ferwin. I was looking at a Ferwin folder. Who
He looks
is
so much sketchier than I imagined him.
he is a very clearly not just a tiefling. He's got his goat legs and like a little goat tail. And he's dressed rather well comparatively, but you can see like the edges are a little bit worn down. Some of the embroidery on his clothing has like, come loose and kicked up. He wears silver in his ears, and his eyes are this sort of yellowy orange that just seem to glow just a little bit. As he opens the door and he sees you, he's like, "Oh, friends, come in, come in." And he clip-clops backwards to give you guys access to his tower.
As people start going in, I'm gonna put my hand on Seraphina's arm and sort of like stop her a second.
She stops.
And like gesture to my eyes and to look around as if to say like maybe detect magic.
She'll nod silently and then cast detect magic.
Okay. It is not a surprise to you, Seraphina, that what you've been told is a wizard's tower has magic. And in fact, as you step in, you can see that the ground floor of this circular tower has a circular table that's been set up, and there's like invisible hands like pouring tea and cutting sandwiches. With your eyes awakened to magic, you can see what looks like invisible servants like doing this work. Just like sort of little Casper like ghosties setting about making sure that this sandwich offerings are neatly arranged for everybody. And like it kind of is giving very much like an Alice in Wonderland tea party kind of vibes. Like there's the tablescape that has been set has like a bunch of trays that are on different levels and that sort of thing. And there's covered pots that are on the table for different like soups and that sort of thing, but the steam that's coming out of them, all of you can see is like a bunch of different colors, like a little bit of magenta steam from one or some teal steam from another. There's also like sort of fluttering around, sorting themselves, like little paper birds that seem to be made out of scrolls that are kind of going back and forth from different bookshelves that are here. And like, as you're noticing this, Seraphina, like the words that are on the scrolls, like the pages are filling out as it kind of like each of these little paper birds would land on a book and then it would fly off again and land somewhere else. Like it basically, knowledge is being collected by these little animated pieces of paper.
That's really cool.
There is, for everybody, you guys see like a spiraling staircase that heads upwards on the perimeter of this space to another floor up above, which there is sort of like a door in the ceiling, like it would appear to be a trapdoor if you were on the second floor, that the staircase leads up to. And this one is pink, but with a purple spiral all the way around. I'm so glad that you were able to come. As you can see, I wasn't quite sure. We didn't make hard times of when you were all going to be here. So I chose sandwiches, if that's okay, because those will keep a little bit longer than something hot. But we're getting things like all steamed up again. Please make yourselves comfortable. Yes, sit.
I love bread.
It's wonderful, isn't it? The toasting of bread in particular, it's one of my most favorite things about this plane.
You know,
After you guys
I've been looking at
come
a
in
spell
here.
to instantly toast bread.
Really?
I've been trying to figure it out, you know, because you don't want to scorch it. You need like the right amount, but
Yes, and you need to have that warm smell that comes into it. You know, it can't just be that it's instantly on fire and then off without getting that building smell, because there's nothing better than baking bread. And he
It's
looks
challenging.
outside and like up and down the street and then slams the door closed.
like hard.
Yeah, like just to make sure that
Okay.
it fully shuts and is certainly not gonna like swing back open again. You were saying, sorry, about your spell.
Oh, I'm working on a spell to toast bread, you know, to get it instantly right.
And are you the sort where magic comes to you innately, or are you a studied sort of gentleman?
No, I'm the learned folk.
Ah, the same for me as well. Well, I will say there is some little bits of cantrip magic that, of course, comes to me as I am Fae. I should get that out of the way right away, because some people have distrust of Fae, but I am quite trustworthy. But it's interesting to say to somebody that you are trustworthy, because I think that puts into their mind, why would they say such a thing? I'm used to this. But I, too, am wizardry. And I noticed that there was some essences of magic coming off the lot of you when you came into town. And I have been quite interested in speaking with you if there's anything that we might share, any information that we might trade between us. So that way well, as you can see, I'm working on building my library.
I see that. And I don't think it's just the Fae. I think a lot of folk have some small amount of magic that comes more naturally to them. I think I have one or two things like that as well.
Well, certainly. I mean, and I would say, not to contradict you, sir, but being of elven origin, we are very, very, very distant cousins. Wouldn't you agree?
I think I would.
Well, please sit. Whatever seat it is that you find comfortable, and I'll just take the last one. You guys see that like the chairs are all mismatched. Some of them have are like armchairs that are very cushy, and some are just like a wooden stool with a pillow sat on top of it. But there's been some effort made to make all of the offerings a little bit comfortable.
Dante sits in the nicest chair with the tallest back.
Kincaid rolls her eyes.
Seraphina looks for a cushy armchair, if there's any left after His Highness Sir Dante took the Lord's chair.
My lord is fine. You don't need your highness isn't necessary. I'm not a king.
Yeah, you guys are able to find, like I said, pretty comfy chairs. I think unless somebody has a preference for it, Moodlegraw probably ends up with the little stool with the cushion on it, and he seems totally fine with that. How have you found Furwin so far? What brings you here to our little town?
Passing through, mostly. We're on a cross-continental journey at the moment. Many places to see, many things to do.
Are you going across the river?
Yes, I think we will be at some point. We haven't exactly decided when we'll be crossing, but
Mm.
we will be.
Are you the explorative type, or is this just a simple journey of A to B?
I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, so I think it's a little column A, a little column B.
Well, we did have a traveler come through, let's see, about 4 months ago. He came from across the river by raft, actually. I was really surprised that it stuck together the entire trip, but it did. But he and I also had lunch, and he had come across some very interesting writings. You know, they're doing a lot of excavation work across the river, and he had been studying with, I don't remember their name. Something like Scrum. It definitely had an SCR in it. But they were working on an excavation that kept running awry, as you might imagine, because things that are buried deep often have things that have been buried deep in them for quite some time. I don't know if you ever experienced such a thing, ever going into a deep, dark place and finding something unexpected down there. But the man who came, his name was George. He had brought with him many writings of different things that he had encountered. In fact, here, and he gets up and walks over to one of the bookshelves and starts like running his fingers over them, trying to figure out where he put whatever it is that he's discussing. The sandwiches that are there are almost all sweet sandwiches, like jelly and butter, honey sandwiches, peanut butter and banana. Like, they're all like sweet things, not anything savory at all. And as like invisible servants are like lifting the pots, you're finding that like most of the food, actually all of the food that is here, with the exception of butter, seems to be like vegetarian. There's not any meat on offer. One of the pots that's lifted is sort of like a hot pudding. There is like a chicken noodle soup with more noodles than chicken in it, because the chicken in it seems to be some sort of tofu-like spongy root vegetable, maybe. But it smells good. It smells nice. The broth smells nice and oniony. And then the third pot that gets lifted is basically kind of just a big thing of syrup. You guys kind of have a moment to yourselves if there's anything you need to whisper back and forth before he returns.
Seraphina kind of leans over to Dante, and she whispers this.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everything in here is magical. There's like little hidden people running around doing stuff. There's like a trap door over there, and she points to where she saw the trap door. Like just about everything. I mean, kind of to be expected, I guess, but just about everything.
All right. Just try and keep an eye if he does anything.
Got it. Look out for suspicious behavior.
Is the food magic?
Your sense is that like it was probably magically prepared, but it is not like,
there's like tinges, but it's not innately.
yes, it wasn't imbued with any kind of magic.
It don't seem to be.
All right, everybody, keep your wits about you.
Yes, here it is. And he makes his way back to the table. This is one of the things that he had discovered. See, their expedition that they were attempting to uncover some, he called it a tomb, but he wasn't sure if anything had actually been buried within it. That's just sort of what they were referring to it as. Kobolds had set in. They're excellent miners, but when they discover something interesting like that, they tend to be very territorial. So had been, I guess, a lot of negotiations, and I don't know if all of them were peaceful, but that's not anything. Look at this very very interesting piece of information that he provided. And he flips through this sort of notebook until he comes to a page that's just full of like scribbled notes. He explained to me about a creature that they had encountered. Perhaps you've heard of it. Stop me if you have. But a slithering tracker. Anyone?
I have any idea what
Do
that
I?
is.
Yeah, do I?
Do I know?
Yeah,
Do I know?
Do
I will
know?
say I'm thinking of what each of you guys have experienced in the past. And I'm going to say no, you don't recall having heard of a slithering tracker. Like things kind of come to mind. He like flips to a page and then holds up a picture. I will share it in our players chat. It's more of a sketch, obviously, but
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, not a
hate
fucking.
that.
Yeah. Me, the player, knew what that was, and I knew that you guys would not enjoy seeing that picture.
the reason that I thought you all might be interested is actually because of you two. And he points at Adriel and Merrick. You see, the slithering tracker is, well, it's an ooze. I don't know if you've ever run into an ooze type creature before. Nasty things. None of them are very good. But they're very specifically creatures that have murderous intent in not just a surviving kind of way, but more of a, haha, I shall hunt you down and destroy you sort of way. In fact, I had heard that such things are sort of taken from perhaps their original form, a black ooze, a pudding, something along those lines, and corrupted by a hag, a priest perhaps, particularly those who worship Salak. And I thought, oh, how interesting that we've been blessed with a temple of Salak here, and such a creature should be found, I don't know how quite, it's not quite just across the river, but isn't that a strange thing that such a rare thing should be there? But he explained that these things had been sort of lurking about in this particular discovery that they had, and that was the reason that he had decided to leave, because they were basically going after everybody that had opened it up, and he was not interested in that. He didn't stay very long. I wonder what ended up happening to him. Anyway, have you experienced anything like that?
Can't say I have.
Nope.
Can't say I have either. About this excavation. You said across the river. How far across the river? Closer towards Kizin, or like quite near across?
It wasn't all the way quite so far as the mountains in Kizin, but he said it was not quite so far as where the landscape changed and they started to use it for farming again. So still in the dusty lands, but they had uncovered it by digging down. They were actually, I think, my suspicion is that they'd been watching what the kobolds were doing and seeing if they had identified anything and then swooped in. People do that, especially people who like to excavate. But he said he'd been Well, it's difficult to say. He said he'd been running for his life for 2 days, about.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Did he just forded the river himself?
No, he built himself a raft. Like I said, I was really surprised it managed to make its way all the way over.
That
He
is
hands
surprising. It's wide at these parts.
It is. And fast running too. I don't think he meant to end up here quite so much. And I can tell you, he was a little bit upset when he noticed the temple. But you might imagine if he thought that he was being chased by an ooze of vengeance, that showing up in a town dedicated to herself is probably off-putting.
Seemed like
He
divine
hands
revelation.
he hands the packet around in case anybody is interested in reading about such things.
Dante definitely will. If Merrick or Adriel look like interested in reading this, he'll let them read it first.
Okay.
I'll read it.
Yeah. Like he kind of keeps up this sort of like very you get the sense that he doesn't get to talk to people about interesting things, or at least he thinks he finds interesting too very often, and so he's just kind of prattling on. But does anybody have any thoughts that are going on for them, or little side whispers? Again, like the tablescape is pretty tall, so it's easy to kind of lean and whisper towards someone without necessarily being noticed.
Pip is kind of like hover flying in the air, trying to
Mhm.
play with the little paper birds that are flying
Mhm.
around from book to book.
I think a couple of the birds like engage with him, and you see them like sort of land on him, and like it's just paper, but they're kind of pecking at him, and you do see like little bits of information magically like filling out his scrolls that these paper birds are made out of. But they seem just interested in engaging and setting about their business of collecting data.
Now, I don't mean to pry, but you invented any interesting spells yourself? I know we talked briefly about my bread toasting ideologies.
Well, yes. I do have my index birds, as you can see. They're quite good at I just whisper to one of them, like, go find this information, and it certainly saves me a lot of time. And then they just keep going until they found all of the information relevant that they can, and then voila, I've got a scroll that tells me it. I mean, I will say it's not perfect because it kind of is all jumbled together. And it's not necessarily in context because it's just whatever they found first, they, record that bit and then go to something else. But it's good for study and coming to some conclusions, though it does often take a bit of deciphering. But that's probably what I'm most proud of. And
That's
you, Miss,
interesting.
I think this homunculus is associated to you.
Yeah, that's Pip.
Pip. What a wonderful name. And you crafted him.
I did.
Wonderful, wonderful. Are you also a studied woman of magic?
I wouldn't say so much studying.
More innate for you?
Yeah.
Well. Also fascinating, I would say. I definitely also, sir, I got some interesting energy coming off of you. What's your relation to magic? He asks Callum.
I kind of just self-taught when I was young.
In your head, Renner's just like self-taught.
Just in his head back, shut up.
Pretty sure it was a group effort. Interesting. And very interesting. Have you ever traveled to the anomaly?
No, right?
Mm-mm. I mean, you lived closer to it than probably
Yeah.
most folks, but you've never actually traveled there.
Nah, I've never traveled to it.
Interesting. Well, I hope you're enjoying lunch.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Good. So, well, what are your feelings on Furwin?
Saying that specifically to me, or is he just talking to everybody?
You think that question was directed to everybody, but he was
Okay.
just recently talking to you.
Yeah.
Feels very singular.
Hmm. Singular.
Different from other places we've been.
Are you widely traveled?
Not particularly.
Some more than others.
Well, it's definitely an interesting place. I sometimes wonder what choosing a different village to set up my tower would have been like. But I do like the people here. They're quite kind, all things considered.
Why did you
We
choose
don't
to
get-
set up here?
Well, to be perfectly honest, it was the closest to where I popped out. And at the time, I didn't think it was quite so bad. It was not quite so run down as it is now.
You emerged from the Fey near here.
Oh, yes. I I had acquired a scroll, a little gate scroll, and it unexpectedly worked on the first try. I thought I would just, study and be able to collect it into my book. But no, in my studies, I accidentally cast it and whoop, just toppled through. It was, I would say, not my finest hour, magically speaking.
That happens to us all.
Mhm. It does, though, doesn't it?
It does. I think teleportation magic can be tricky.
Very, very true. There's all sorts of magic that can be quite tricky, as I'm sure you're all aware and have experienced yourselves. But certain types, it's just, it's capturing lightning in a bottle, I would say, sometimes.
Speaking of certain types of magic, we recently had a conversation with Mergen, and he mentioned to us commissioning you to craft him that tablet that is granting him a boon. How'd you go about that?
Oh, yes, that thing. Go ahead and give a persuasion check.
Ah, my best stop. I don't even have proficiency. It's over for me. Just kidding. It's a 20.
Yes. Well, yes, he did. It is something that I wish I really hadn't put it together. Of course, lead isn't used typically for most things. to be truthful with you, I would probably say that my nature and my profession are looked on with a no small amount of suspicion by the temple and Mergen himself, and unfortunately, as a result, I've suffered a little bit. Not quite so much as some others, because I really quite well manage for myself and really just duck out if I need supplies. But you know, I'm sure you've been made aware of some of the strict laws that have been put into place, and he's quite inflexible. And I thought at the time, if I created this tablet that he wanted, I don't know what it was for, but if I created that, that would be a gesture of trust, you know, and that perhaps he wouldn't be quite such an ass, but I didn't quite do it. I'm not sure why he requested it. He said that it was very specifically and needed to be lead, but I'm sure, as you know, lead tablets are often used for curses, powerful curses, really.
And you did it to, from what he said, his specifications, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. It just seems like a, not to say strangely, I guess, but a strangely powerful object to have been crafted so I don't want to call you haphazard, but I'm struggling to think of a different word. Like it seems to have great power, and it seems to have come from you basically just building it to what he wrote.
It was incautious of me. I agree with you.
Well, we can't always control how much power gets let out from the weave.
That's true. I had selfish motivations, of course, as I explained. I thought if I did this one thing for him, then, you know, then it might forge something, perhaps not friendship, but, well, to be blunt, I thought he'd get the fuck off my back if I just made him this one little thing.
That's very
And
fair.
he didn't, but to be honest, he has just been quite... I know I've heard stories that, you know, an angry boy can become an angry man, but he wasn't quite so terrible when I first came to Furwin and decided, well, I might as well set up roots here.
How long ago
But
are we
his...
talking?
I mean, he's always been an ass, but not quite nearly as bad as he's, you know, as really, truly strict as he has been. Oh, gosh, that would have been... Well...
Are we talking months or years?
Years, I would say, probably. Really in the last 4 or 5. But... Well,
When he's talking, specifically about the part where he was like, you know, now he won't get off my ass, and now he's like, does it seem like there? I mean, on a surface level, it seems like it, but is there anything that Calum can pick up on like body language or like inflection that like really signals like some serious frustration?
Yeah, like, is he being truthful about it?
Yeah, go ahead and give me some insight checks. Anybody can.
I love when you say anybody can. That's a 9. I'm gonna go home.
Okay.
I mean,
I will say that all of you get the sense that he's being genuine. at least, so far for Dante and Serafina, so far as you can tell, there isn't any, like, it seems like he's been quite candid. He's explained things about himself that you wouldn't necessarily offer casually to most people. Like, he seems like he's being pretty upfront, acknowledging, the fact that he's Fae and therefore often would be considered untrustworthy, that kind of thing. Like, so he's sort of just being, upfront. Callum, Adriel, Merrick, I think you guys also are getting the sense that he has a lot of expectations of this lunch, that you guys might be problem solvers for him. And so he's trying very hard to make a good impression on you guys, that he's trying to be friendly and open. So you also have the sense that he's not keeping anything secret from you. And where he might hesitate, it sounds like he's trying to be more, he's doing it in a more political way because he doesn't know your feelings on things. And so he doesn't want to, like, put himself into hot water by saying something that you guys might then take in a way that ends up, being bad for him.
Like, basically, and trying to say, fucking please help me deal with the situation while not saying, please help me with this situation.
Yes, because, to be honest, there's 2 clerics of Salak in the room.
Yeah. Or so trying to, like, subconsciously plant the idea.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to, like, unintentionally, like, offend Adriel and Merrick. In a way that would then make things maybe worse for him. And Merrick, you get the sense that, like, he feels very trapped in this town, that he has suffered because he is in this town, because he has to isolate himself a lot. And what you're getting a sense of is the mood here is unhealthy for him. Like, the fact that people are sad is harmful to him, but he's stuck.
Okay.
I would say 4 or 5 years that he's really been just the worst, and it's not certainly because it's he works very hard at the temple, and he's definitely he's built that up a lot, and I know he has a lot of ideas for Ferwin, and he kind of looks furtively at the clerics.
When did
Yes.
did he start the temple? Like, start building that up?
I mean, he had the foundations of it down quite a while ago. It was after the plague, I've heard. I've only been here for about 7 years, but the foundations were there when I showed up. And then he's just been building and building and building.
Do you remember if they always used that coin as their symbol with the 2 faces, like, since the beginning of when you got here?
Yes, I suppose so.
And were they, so he was only, as you say, as bad as he is now for the last 4 to 5 years. In those first 2 years of you being around, he was a believer, but he wasn't like this.
Well, forgive me for saying, he's always been an asshole. Like I said, I think angry children grow up into angry adults, but his staunchness and the outlawing of other religions and faiths has been much more recent. Like I said, perhaps the last 4 or 5 years. I think, and
You
forgive
don't
a
have to-
Faye.
You don't have to apologize. You can just say what you feel.
Well, I'm a bit sensitive to emotion, and I think it's because, well, I think he's just really, really upset for losing the attention of a woman that he was after. She left the village rather than marry him, you see, and he had been insistent for quite some time, is my understanding, and she just never felt that way back to him, and I think that's really what set him off.
I'm going to be bold right now. Alana,
Mhm. That's right, you've heard of her.
we know quite well of her.
Well, it was shortly
Moograw,
after I got the...
I want to be
Yes.
candid with you because you've been so candid with us. Do you really think Alana left the village?
Well, I couldn't say. I didn't see her go, but that's what everyone else says.
I'm asking you as a fellow man of writ who seeks into things possibly more than he should at sometimes. Do you think that he ended up like this simply because she left? Or do you think that maybe he might have caused some of his own pain?
Well, what I'll say is this. I sensed that he had been rebuffed those some years ago. And it was after that that he came to commission the tablet. And the anger that I sensed from him, I would say, was very, very vicious. And self-righteous. And I would say if Alana and her fellow didn't run off, well, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me that Mergen had something to do with their disappearance.
Can I ask, and I don't mean to diminish your abilities in any way, do you know what you made?
What I made was a lead tablet. And I know that those are important for being able to hold magic, to entrust into them something that is intended to be certain, that is intended to exist and hold and cling. It isn't a passing spell. It isn't simply enchantment. But I tried to warn him off of using lead. Any other oak. Oak is a fine tablet substance. Sturdy. Looks nice in most interior decoration. But he was very insistent on lead. He said that that was very important, and he provided the supplies for it. And like I said, I wanted to... He'd been a dick. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't directed at me, and unfortunately that didn't quite work out.
But you understand that, in that same sense, lead could potentially trap something else.
I've never encountered a soul being trapped in a relic, though those things do exist.
It's funny because I didn't bring up souls at all.
Well, I am a wizard.
When he said that's funny, I didn't bring up souls at all. Was there any twitch to like Moodlegraw? Like, was there any like physical like?
Any reaction?
I will say, sort of carrying forward your insight check, Callum, that like he's like Dante is inferring things and he's putting two and two together, and so he's responding with inferences in the same way that Dante is supplying them.
Yeah.
Fucking wizard speak. Sorry, I'm the wizard. I don't get to say that.
Like, he is also an intelligent creature. So he's picking up what Dante is putting down and responding in kind.
Okay.
If it got so bad here and you're not happy, why don't you just leave? What's making you stay?
Well, I simply can't just pick this place up and move it. I'd be starting from scratch somewhere. Not to mention... What a terrible thing to have to destroy what a wonderful little tower I'm working on building. It would all have to go away.
I'll look to Seraphina and go, he's put too much magic into this place and he can't take it with him.
So what have you done to try to rectify the problem?
Well, what can be done? I don't want to get run out.
All right. I'm going to make a big swing here, Moodlegraw. You don't like much what he's establishing here. Correct?
I don't honestly think anybody likes much what he's established here.
If someone somewhere out there in the world had to, let's say, destroy a lead tablet, how do you think they'd go about that?
That's...
Challenging, I know.
It would depend on what became of it.
Would it be easier to enact something to release what's inside without destroying it, or to destroy it to release what's inside?
This is a delicate thing. Because if you destroy any container that's holding on to something, particularly if you know not what, you risk the destruction of the container destroying what's also inside.
I understand that.
Lead, as I said before, is most frequently used in curses. I would imagine if something was cursed into remaining within this object, if that's what's happened, it would probably require such things to be dispelled.
Not very proficient in the removal of curses, Moodlegraw.
No, you would need something divine.
I think you and I
have an understanding about things the way things should be. I'll go out on a limb here and risk only myself, not them, because we are all individuals, and I am the one saying it. Will you help us? Help me. Stop him.
Unfortunately, my sir, in addition to being a wonderful wizard in the making, I am also admittedly a coward. And alone, I would wish you well, grant you boons if it's something that would be useful, but in the chance of your failure, I simply don't want to harm my
What you
ability
have.
to keep my home. If you can convince others, if it's the whole town, or at least those who are capable of standing up, then yes, I would.
I don't mean for you to put yourself in harm's way. I mean for you to, if you can, supply us with the means to remove what has been done. There are others in the town who desperately don't want what has happened to keep happening. But what I look for from you is guidance or supplication to end what is happening. And it will be by our hand. You will not be mentioned. You will not be brought into it. And we won't fail.
There is something I can offer to you. Just a scroll that I've been holding on to, but well, let me go up and get it. And he stands and then clip-clops up the little spiral staircase to the trap door, which he enters and disappears behind.
As soon as he's gone, I turn to everyone. I go, man, I'm dumb as bricks. I thought this guy was a total piece of shit, but he's just trying to do his thing.
So it would seem.
I mean, I guess I assumed that he had some control over Mergen, and this is all his doing, so...
I think he was just forced to make a thing he didn't want to make, and he made it uncautiously.
I don't disagree.
Does anyone have a problem?
No.
I look to Adriel specifically.
Why?
You don't get to know why.
Cause she cute.
Roll an insight check, motherfucker. You don't get to just know why. I'm looking at
Sorry,
you.
bro. I'm zoning.
Cause she cute. I look at Adriel too.
Goth girl with the bob. What's up? You good?
When you ask that, there is a very long pause from Adriel. And I would like all of you to move into a different chat, except for Adriel.
Nah,
Oh,
sorry, gotta stay.
goodbye, everyone.
All right, I'm going to chit chat, guys. Join me in chit chat if
going
you
to-
fuck with me
yeah.
at all. If you don't fuck with me,
They
Don't
don't
do
fuck
it.
with you. Just kidding.
Adriel,
Hey.
hi. You've been feeling a certain kind of way ever since you guys were in the Temple of Artan. And there have been moments that have been very frustrating for you. Merrick taking the statuette. The strange encounter with your haunt. That's so very different. And part of the reason that these moments stood out to you is because, well, there's certain aspects of Artan that are appealing to you more recently. But very specifically, since you have left the temple, there have been things that are not you that keep standing out to you again and again and again. And it's been this way ever since you went and looked at the statue to the south, whereas everybody else went to the statue to the north. In your moments of quiet, when you have been isolating yourself, you have been swirling with emotion that is not wholly yours. You have been seeing visions of two middle-aged people lying on a bed, their bodies racked with the plague. And these are your parents. They're not your parents, but they're your parents. And they pass away within hours of each other, and you, Alana, have been overtaken by grief. You feel again and again this echo of the sobs and utter despair that coursed through your body, and it was days, perhaps weeks, after your parents died, and the grief is still just, it's been overwhelming, and you just lay in bed, unable to do anything. And then a mysterious lady in a dark cloak, edged with silver, came to you in a nightmare, and she gave you relief. She dispelled the terrifying things that were flapping around you in your dream. And she looked at you with infinite love, infinite compassion, and touched her hand to your head, and suddenly all of your sorrow, all of your grief was just gone. No, not gone, but it was tolerable. You still felt the loss of your parents, but it was something that you could pick up and look at when you needed to, when you wanted to remember, when it felt good to remember that ache. But it didn't overwhelm you anymore. And this vision came to you again and again in your dreams. And sometimes in even some of your waking moments where you felt that sadness start to edge in. And you would feel a hand touch your head and take the pain away. And then finally you knew her name, Artan. And this was frightening at first because you knew this was the name of a god. And a goddess of death. And hadn't you experienced so much death? But the aspect she showed you was the one that comforts ones who have lost and who grieve deeply. And there are so many others in Furwyn who have lost loved ones to the plague. So you begin to speak for her and tell others the lessons that she has taught you in your dreams. You explain those dreams, those visions to your friends, to the man who keeps drawing your eye, comforting them, bringing them closer to the soothing hands of Artan. And you do it in secret. Because that man who will not leave you alone, that paladin who rules the village, has banned worship of all other gods but Salak. This man who keeps catching your eye, though, Peric, he also seems to have a connection to her. And so you worked more closely to bring him in, to have him help you bring comfort to the others. And in that, you fell in love with him. And you love him so much. He helped you clear out your parents' old tower. And you showed him the secret basement. Built in case of trouble, honestly. But together you decide to extend it, to create a temple of worship to Artan, to smuggle in her artifacts. Keep it all safe from the prying eyes of Mergen. Because he won't leave you alone. He wants to court you. He wants to marry you. It is gross. He's so controlling. Peric encourages you. Perhaps things can be learned. If you met with him, you might discover more of his plans, whether he's as corrupt as you believe him to be. And you did. You met with him twice. You got very little information. The experience was terribly wrong. And you wanted to let him know once and for all that you are not interested. And you remember the day that Peric came to visit you at the tower in the countryside. You both went down preparing for service for the others. It was really hard on Olivia when her son decided to begin worshiping Salak. So you were really hoping that Olivia would take comfort in the service that you intended to hold the next day. And as you were talking about how you would explain to Mergen that you were not interested and that he needed to leave you alone, that you and Peric were together, smoke began to fill the temple, and you coughed, and you spluttered, and distantly, over the sounds of roaring flames, you heard his voice shrieking, cursing your name in rage, in jealousy. Something that was anger and hatred, and for the first time ever you understood the draw of Salak. Using the wine from your altar, you attempted to scrawl Mergen's name to make sure everyone would know who had done this to you so that he could be held to account. But unfortunately, you lost your strength. As you and Peric lie together, suffocating, you vowed that you would return to seek vengeance, to teach Mergen what vengeance means. And you prayed to Artan with your last thoughts that it may be so. Adriel, you have some options. You can keep quiet that Alana has possessed you. You can pretend to the best of your ability that nothing has happened, that it's just you. Because you have weak access to Adriel's memories. You know these people that you're traveling with, you know why you're traveling with them, but what came before? Prison time, that is not something that is accessible to you. Alana is picking at what she can remember from your surface thoughts that you've had since you've been in Furwin to be you. Alternately, you can reveal yourself to be Alana. All of the information that I've given you is the information that you have to play as her. And
Oh, this is
Adriel
freaking
can
awesome.
be your newfound voice to tell them your story, to convince them justice or vengeance or something is necessary. You also can push her out. You know what you need to know from her. And she won't stick around if you try and force her to go. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'm fucking pretending.
Okay. Do you have any questions before I bring the others back in?
No, I think I took pretty good notes. So,
Okay. I will look out for pings if you need anything.
got it.
Okay. Just gonna ping them and start dragging.
So that's when I was like, yeah, I don't know
Get
how many
dragged.
cheeseburgers I can stuff in my face. And
And I need
You
you to
should've
go
said
ahead and
ass.
roll me
Missed
an
opportunity.
insight check. Go ahead, Callum, roll me an insight check.
okay.
Oh, we were playing our own game down there, so we're gonna
Got
wrap
it,
up
got
our
it.
scene.
Yeah, we're fighting a Tarask named Pip.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
He has 1 hit point, but a 47 AC.
Wow.
Right? And
Is
he,
it
he
doable?
No.
he bit Merrick, and so Merrick is now unconscious on the floor. And
Oh, shit.
yeah,
Actually
it
dead.
was rough.
Power gaming.
You guys should be running this game. Dante, you were asking Adriel a question.
He gone.
He might be on the phone. We were sitting there talking, and I heard
Oh,
a phone
no.
go off, and then he muted.
Well, what you heard was my 8 p.m.
Oh.
alarm, but
He's
yeah,
dead.
he hasn't said anything in a little bit.
Okay. Well, then in that case, just to give Adriel some time to percolate, would you guys like to take like a 10-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
We haven't had one
Let's
of
go
these in a
ahead
while.
and load it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been cramming
What's
shit in.
a break?
Yeah.
What's a break?
Great. Stream by.
Bye, stream. We'll be back.
Back.
Where's John Spluey?
he
John
is
Slumafee.
hurrying back as well, but that's okay. He can be a little bit late because, oops, you were the one that was asking Adriel a question.
Okay. We do have the problem that there was such a long break, I don't remember the question I asked.
You said
You-
like you good or what's up or something.
I did say you good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Locking in. Adriel, you all right?
Yeah. So did I miss something?
Feels more like we missed something.
What do you mean?
You okay? You here? You present?
Yes. I'm sorry. Am I going invisible or something? She like looks at her own hands.
Emotionally, maybe.
I think everybody's entitled to 1 or 2 days where they're not emotionally present.
And you will not hear me argue that. Just checking.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that we need to take care of this. So I'm into whatever you guys are into.
And you feel it because you feel it, or you feel it for Salak?
Well, mostly because I feel it, but what kind of clerics have you been around that they're just feeling stuff on behalf of their god?
The one whose town we're in.
Well, I think that might just be because he's an asshole.
I don't disagree.
I don't know that it has much to do with the god. I think we should take care of him.
This conversation has only made that feel more correct.
What I truly believe. Sounds like he's done a lot of bad to a lot of people. Don't you all agree?
Certainly so.
Yes, Serafina's nodding.
Yeah.
Kincaid's been kind of ping-ponging her eyes back and forth between Adriel and Dante following this conversation. But her eyes keep lingering a little bit on Adriel, and she nods. Yeah. I think that Dante's right, though I'm not actually saying that he's right because he just got a good idea from the barkeep that we should go about this maybe a more proper way.
Proper as in.
Maybe slightly less. And she glances at Merrick. Storm up and murder a man, even if he's deserving. Maybe get the town involved.
We could bring Celia straight to the site of the murder.
Well, just seems like a whole town full of people who are doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I'd say that's true.
You
They are
think they've
Poor as
had...
shit, though.
Yeah, but I feel like you could have cut this off early. And they didn't, so. What use are they to us now? Besides not wanting to be chased out.
Well, yeah, I guess.
He should die.
Probably so. And it looks like Kincaid might say something else, but then like the door up above like flips open and Moodlegrok comes clip clopping back down. Yes, I have it here. I certain if when I would be able to use this. It's a little bit more than I might be able to inscribe into my book. But I had this idea for, if something needed to sort of shake things up a bit, then we might be able to cause a ruckus that drives them from the temple, that that could bring them out so that they're not in that place where they seem so powerful. As he's making his way, he's got like a pretty fancy looking scroll in his hands. I think with like the last little bits of your detect magic, you sense a pretty powerful spell radiating off of this Seraphina. That's an evocation spell. But as he makes his way to the table, my thingy started working. Hold on. Close out what I sent to you. Now I can do this. As he makes his way over to the table, he his little hoof catches on the edge of a book stack that he has, and he sort of just stumbles forward, and the scroll kind of unfurls across all of the sandwiches and soups. And when this happens, there is a sudden spark of bright ultraviolet light that sort of snaps across the page, and the edges of the scroll begin to tar, and the words upon it begin to blur and reform, and for a moment the inscription on this page looks like a ruined tower. And then a moment later, the words revert, and this appears to now be a scroll of the Zone of Truth. I would like for anybody who would like to give me a perception check.
Well, I perceive my own hands.
Perceive her hands too.
They look like hands. One of them has a glove on it.
As this happens, and obviously this scroll is drawing the most attention. What the fuck was just that? But Seraphina, Merrick, and Dante, a separate glow catches your eye, and Kincaid has her hands sort of curled on the edge of the table with her nails digging into the wood, and her entire chest is lit up, and her eyes have gone ice white.
Sorry, whose chest?
Kincaid.
Kincaid.
Boy.
What is Mucklebuck? What's he doing?
Mucklebuck. Moodlegraw is like, he's just staring at the scroll, like trying to figure out what the hell just happened, because from his description, that was not the scroll that he was bringing down to you. And like, I don't think he's noticed Kincaid, but he is like, he's pulling the scroll back towards himself, and he's like reading over it and just attempting to decipher what the fuck just happened.
Dante will move to Kincaid and put his hands on her shoulders. Ash, come back.
Dante, I would like you to roll an Arcana. When you put your hands on her shoulders, obviously you're touching Kincaid's shoulders, but the wizard in you, the person who is in tune with the flow of magic through the world, is touching a spell book that has just been written into.
Can I tell the hand that wrote?
You cannot.
Dante will turn on Moodlegraw. What did you do?
I don't know. I was going to give you a scroll that would cause an earthquake around the temple to try and drive them out, and that way you
Does-
could confront them.
Anything else have a presence here? What just happened to her?
He looks up from the scroll and, oh, very interesting.
Now is not the time for your fucking curiosity, Moodlegraw.
I don't know what's going on. He sort of clip-clops over to his desk and reaches through the drawers and then pulls out like a magnifying glass that's about 9 inches in diameter with purple glass, and holds it up and begins to kind of like inspect Kincaid from across the table. Oh. What happened to her? And a moment later, Kincaid sort of gasps and shakes and then just like stands straight up. I'm going for a walk, and I don't want to talk about it to anybody. I will be fine. I'll go check on Mockery. This did not happen. And she looks hard at Adriel and then starts to make her way towards the door.
I think I'm gonna go with her just to make sure that she gets there.
Seraphina is watching this exchange after what she saw earlier in the day.
I'll come back.
I think when Adriel pursues, she turns around and she holds up her hand. She's like, no.
We don't have to talk about it. I just want to make sure you get back.
I'm fine. I know you have something that you need to do. We all heard you in there. So you go do that. And I'm just going to take care of myself. I'm fine.
All right. I don't want you to not make it back there.
Sister, I've been looking after myself for quite some time.
That's great and all, but you almost died.
Okay. I just need to be separate from you for a little while, if that's okay. I don't mean any offense.
Me.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. This is not a forever sort of thing. I just need some space.
Huh.
I can
And then she's-
send Pip with you.
I don't need a babysitter. I'm heading
Just-
straight back to that Pact place.
Just let her go. Stop hand-holding her.
Don't take care of me. And then she's gonna go. Moodlegraw is just sort of standing there holding onto his magnifying glass with like his mouth in like a little O. Like, I wish I didn't witness this. I feel uncomfortable, and this is my house.
Well, this has been a lovely lunch. And Merrick finishes whatever. I don't know if he's having wine or whatever the hell.
His peanut butter and jelly sandwich and sweet tea.
He finishes it, sets the cup
Between-
down.
Nope.
Is this not the spell scroll you were gonna hand us earlier?
It's not the spell that I had intended to give you, but I think maybe it's the spell I'm supposed to give you. You can have it.
All right. Merrick will scroll it up
Mhm.
and then hand it to Dante.
To Dante. Okay.
And then
Dante
he'll
will.
Open that in your little book.
I will deal with that. Dante, when he hands it to him, will say, "I don't think this was supposed to be for me, brother, but you know what to do for the rest of it." And he is going to, now that about a minute has passed, he's going to leave out the door and follow Kincaid.
Okay.
So you left the scroll?
No, he took it from
He
you
just took
because
it.
you gave
Yeah,
it to
yeah,
him.
Yeah,
But he told you he didn't think it was meant for him.
Yeah, well. Yeah. He's gonna look around the group, less at Muckle Beatty, and sort of like kind of checking in with
That's crazy for you
Seraphina
to
and
talk
Cal.
about mockery in that way.
Checking in with Seraphina and Callum, but then more concerned towards Adriel. I don't know what she's looking like after that little exchange.
I don't think she really has an expression.
Mhm.
I'd say kind of similar to Adriel, but not quite as like monotone. Really isn't the right word, but just like flat in terms of expression. He's kind of just more like taking everything in, like being very observant. I would say that there would have been a moment like when Dante was getting a little more defensive of Kincaid, that he would be like sits up a little bit, like if shit goes down, he's like ready to move. But then once it all kind of settled down, he'd rest back in the chair.
Merrick will then
Would-
look at. Oh,
Would you like to go bags?
No.
That's not necessary.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Not a leftover person.
if things go the way that we hope and the town is behind you, then I'm behind you. But hopefully that scroll will help in some way.
You've been a help, no matter what, with this conversation. More than you probably know, more than you probably feel. You don't know why, but I do believe personally I owe you an apology.
Oh?
There are times where we let assumptions get the best of us, and judgment comes down on those that may not deserve it. I judged you, what I thought was happening. And based on this conversation, I believe I was wrong.
Well, some of us have reputations that precede us, but I'm glad to have proven to be someone worth positive feelings about.
Well, you've gotten yourself a day. I'll tell you that much. But the way you prove yourself by actions and what you do in the days to come, if we are to help you in this town, and we aim to do that, these people are going to need additional help because we cannot stay here. We have things to do, places to be. But something led us here for a reason. So once we're done, that's when you get to prove yourself truly. I hope you're ready for that.
He straightens out his little wizard robes a bit and nods, sort of like standing up to his full height of like 4'8".
Like your
When
height.
when I get the
An
chance
inch
to
taller.
be the wizard who protects Furwin, when I know that I will be able to serve a long while as the wizard that protects Furwin, that is, they'll be able to count on me.
I hope so. I hope there are others that stand next to you. We'll try to have other conversations before the night's done. I don't want you to hide in this tower unless you have the ability to keep an eye on what's happening outside it.
Oh, I do have a window.
Well, if there's a way to be closer without being seen or noticed, that might be of more use.
He looks like he's considering, and then he nods.
Just think on it.
Mm-hmm. I will. Strange timing. What are your names?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Well, let's start with the ones that left. That was Dante and Kincaid.
Mm.
Pointing to the empty chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Cal would like raise his hand up and just be like, Cal.
And me.
My name's Merrick.
Serafina.
And Pip. And Miss Adriel.
Yes, and Pip.
Well, I'm very pleased to have met all of you. What a wonderful lunch. Interesting conclusion, of course, but a very fine lunch, a very fine discussion.
It has been eventful. And Merrick will stand. We'll see you soon.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having us.
He lets you out. And then slams the door behind you. What would you guys like to do?
So back
yeah,
to the
slowly make our way.
pack.
Yeah, make our way at least away from like the front door.
Now we're gonna sit
Okay.
right here on the stairs, and we're gonna talk about everything right here outside the door. Can you send us
Everything-
out
oh,
some
God.
sandwiches?
Right here is loud as physically possible.
What are you conversing about? Or are you just fully heading back to the pike and holding on to your own thoughts?
I would say when we're in an area that like isn't immediately surrounded by like people or like a building someone could be in, Cal would kind of just like not under his breath, but low enough to where like just they could hear it, at least the ones that stuck together. So what are we gonna do here?
As far as what?
Just all of it. I don't know. Something just the more we dig into this, something ain't right. Which I mean we know, but
Oh, we thought that Moodlegraw was the one that was behind the influence, I suppose.
mm-hmm.
We?
What? Oh, you didn't think that?
No,
What you think?
not that.
What? It was just all Mergen?
Yeah.
Well,
He had to have come up with a way to build that tablet some way, and I don't know
I
if
think
he's that smart.
it's kind of like what Dante was saying. Is that I think he wholeheartedly believes that what he's doing is right and just and, you know, God's will. But, like, I'm wondering if something else is masquerading. I mean, speaking from my own experience, for about 10 years, I thought I just had an imaginary friend. So, you know, it ain't the most out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I'm interested, unless he does know how to create a tablet of curses. I'm interested to see if there was outside influence to steer him towards that decision. Because I do agree that he is, at this point, the sole owner of having those kinds of crazed ideals and influence on this town. That seems to be the one and only source of that. But to take it to a level to create a tablet to trap souls, I want to know where he got that idea.
Sometimes
And maybe it is
people are
him.
bad and they have bad ideas.
Yeah, I just don't know how he developed into that, unless it just festered.
You just wake
I
up
mean-
one day and you want something.
That scroll that you gave Dante, can't we just use it to ask Mergen all the questions we want to know? Use it to build the evidence case against him, since they said they want evidence, and not necessarily outright murdering the fella?
Oh, he should die.
I'm not
He's
saying
gonna
he
die.
should. I'm not saying he shouldn't. But if we have the evidence to say this is why,
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have to have a witness to the evidence?
Bring that Celia lady. We'll put him in the zone of truth. Ask him the questions with her standing right there.
I do think bringing her in to a point is wise. To what point, I don't know yet. But I think she could be of some use. And who knows, we haven't interviewed every single person in this town, but I think there might be more people that share that distrust of Mergen and are crippled in fear.
Well, I feel like even if they have people representing them and how they feel, they still might be afraid. It's like Moodlegraw just said, where he's still afraid of the possibility that we won't take care of the situation. Other people could feel like that.
Let me show them. I think maybe we do it the way we know to do it.
Do we have a way to lure them out from the temple? Because didn't Moodlegraw say it just seems like they're stronger there? And that's what he was trying to give us, was a way to lure them out?
I mean, I think there's hundreds of different ways we could cause a distraction. What do we do once we've made said distraction? And again, I feel like there might be some answers down in that fucking crypt still.
I don't know.
You don't know about the crypt, or you don't know in general?
I don't know if there's really any answers that we need.
Answers that
there.
we need. No, I don't think there's. It's not. I don't think anyone here is on the fence about having to deal with this situation. But like, again, just something doesn't feel right.
Through the possessions of people who are dead.
Say that again. Your voice
Yeah,
got
we
caught by
cut out in the beginning.
Rooting through the possessions of people who are dead.
What was the statue protecting? What's the very clearly not what the original intention was. At least as far as I'm aware.
People died there.
You did?
Sometimes. Did you just say they did?
I said yeah, they did.
Oh, I thought you said it like a question. I was like, hello,
No,
the body?
Yeah.
Sometimes bad shit happens when people die. Remember the...
Yeah, but the sword in that statue's hand was not originally what that was meant for.
Remember the... Oh, fuck. I forgot the... Out of characters, I forgot the guy's name.
The man, the dead man?
No.
Which?
Hold
Lyfari?
on. Yeah.
Oh.
Remember what happened with that person that Bilfrar killed? Maybe it's something like that.
Maybe. I mean, if no one else thinks it's worth going down there, then I ain't gonna go down there by myself, but...
I just think maybe it's protecting a resting place.
Maybe I'm just thinking too deep into something.
Gwen, remind me, the woman that Bill Farr met in the middle of the night during first watch that night was a copper-haired woman. That was not Celia?
Correct. Celia has brown hair.
Have we
And
seen the copper-haired woman since?
She was in
she
the.
was- Yeah,
She was in the
she was
pack.
eating
One person.
when you guys had lunch at the Pike earlier. She was there meeting with Bill Farr and Celia and the halfling woman who I don't think got the name of just yet. So you've seen her around, and you also saw one of the acolytes at the temple when you guys had attended service this morning. Looked very similar to her, just younger.
I think that was just me specifically. I think people rolled bad on that one.
I know the halfling though, right? Because that's who I saw on
Yep.
my watch.
Yep. Who brought
The ale.
the ale, correct. And you know her name is Lilith.
Lilith Homethreader.
It's a pretty short walk back to the slippery pike. You guys can like take it slow as you need to, but you can see that you're close upon it. And I believe Dante is outside, leaning against the side of the tavern, smoking. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, he's just leaning. He looks anxious. And he is smoking what looks to be like a hand-rolled cigarette.
What would you guys like to do? You feel actually like you spent quite a bit of time. I mean, you got there for a late lunch at Moodlegraw's, but it's very end of afternoon, starting towards early evening.
I'm gonna wait a bit to go into the slippery pack. I don't want to upset Kincaid since that's where she went.
You want some company? Or you want to be alone?
Oh, I'm good. I don't think I'll go far. I just am not gonna go in.
Fair.
I'll wait with you. I need to look out for Celia anyways. I think we should talk to her. But we don't have to talk. I'll just be here.
Yeah. Let's check real quick to see if she's inside too.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm maybe not, but
Are they close enough to me now that I can hear them talking?
Yeah, I think we're up on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Climbing your
Well,
legs.
on ya.
She's inside.
Oh, she's inside.
Yeah. Did exactly
Alright.
what she said. She went to check on Mockery.
Oh no, I'm
Snuck
talking
in.
about Celia, not Kincaid.
Oh, if I peeked in to make sure Kincaid went up the stairs, would I have seen if Celia's still in there?
Celia is not still in there. It looks like it's kind of quiet before people might come around for dinner. The people that you recognize inside are Aloran the Stick is sitting at a table chatting with his quarterstaff. And Lilith is sitting at the bar talking to Mrs. Marston.
Sorry, just for me, who is Lilith?
She's the
The
halfling.
halfling.
Okay, sorry. Dante's not met her, so it's not in my notes. Kincaid went inside. Celia's not there anymore. So if you want to seek her out, you'll find her somewhere else.
Okay. Have you gone in to check on Kincaid or given her space?
She's upstairs with Mockery. Let them be at that. And if you could, don't tell her I followed her.
Sure.
How far from like the edge of the woods are we currently?
Not particularly. The Slippery Pike is kind of in the middle of town. That said, it's not a big town, so like, you know, maybe like a 10-minute walk at most.
I'm gonna go look in the woods for some herbs.
Alone?
If someone wants to come, they can come. You ain't got to.
Is anyone going back inside, or have I just been standing here for no reason?
I'll come in with you.
Well, nature boy, maybe we should go with Seraphina. Let them have a moment.
Yeah, that's valid. Seraphina, you're getting 2 extras.
Good, I'll put you to work.
I'd want to go back in the tavern.
You're
You
getting
seem like
tall
you're-
and handsome over here. And Dante does not elucidate which one is tall and which one is handsome, because I think they're the same height.
Does he actually say that?
Yeah.
And then what one would you be? If he's tall and handsome, what would you be?
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Is Renner saying anything to this?
I think what you've had, except for where I've piped in since about 2:30 when you guys attended Moodle Graz, is just like the longest stream of mopey bitching about the food that was on offer. And he's still complaining. He's just like, just nothing. It was worth anything. It wasn't even bite-sized candy. And she didn't feed me anything anyway. And so I like it better. It tastes better when she feeds me. And she didn't give me anything. And you didn't eat very much either. This sucks. We deserve more food. We haven't eaten good in 2 days.
His eyes just twitching.
When we kill
Are-
that man, just
you
let me
alright
have
to
a
kill him?
hand.
Yeah. I'm fine.
What?
And
Maybe
then-
a whole leg.
And then Seraphina gets this like knowing, oh my gosh face, and she pulls a piece of candy out of her bag and gives it to him.
He like hesitates for a second and then grabs the piece of candy and just stuffs it in his pocket. Thank you.
I
For
tap
free,
him.
you guys see,
Okay.
like, his teeth are just a little sharper than they normally are when he, like, opens his mouth to eat the candy.
As we move away, as they move away, I tap him on the back and I say, "Good dog."
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, let's eat him. Let's eat him right
No,
now.
no.
He's scrawny, but
No.
I'm sure he'd be filling.
No. We will get you food. We will get you a snack before we go to bed.
Folks who are staying on the porch of the Slippery Pike, are you guys making conversation with each other or just calming each other with your presence?
I'm gonna say something.
Mhm.
Maybe you should go look for Celia.
By myself? You want to come?
I don't really want to talk to her.
Okay. You're just going to stay out here by yourself?
Probably
All right.
till I feel like it's a good time to go inside.
What do you think that
You-
was?
What?
The way she looked and then the way she acted to you. Where did that come from?
I don't understand her at all.
Yeah.
I have very little understanding of what's going on with all that.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't-
You'll. What?
What?
I was just gonna say you know where to find
It's-
me if.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Before I go,
Yeah.
we okay?
I don't want to talk about that right now.
Beside you, Merrick, the door to the slippery pike bursts open and a halfling woman wanders out humming to herself. She goes, "Oh, is this yours?" And she stoops down to the ground and then lifts up a piece of paper towards you. "I think you dropped this."
Without touching it, I want to look at it.
It looks like a little piece of paper, like 3 inches by 3 inches. It's got some writing on it.
Did I see it on the ground before she picked it up?
Were you looking on the ground for a piece of paper before she picked it up?
Did I see her pick up a piece of paper from the ground when she
Let's
said,
see,
"Oh, I
let's-
think you"?
What's your perception check? You can also roll if you would like to. Adriel?
I'm gonna roll 2. I'm in the woods,
Oh,
but
I
I'm gonna roll.
accidentally used my heroic inspiration, but I didn't wanna.
Give it
Oh,
back.
maybe
Hi.
it just
Give it back to
maybe
yourself.
it just didn't. It just didn't roll. Okay.
Yeah, I think that thing's
awesome.
broken anyway.
It doesn't work sometimes.
Oh. Okay. Yes.
I did see earlier you rolled a
Oh.
13, but that's
Yes,
still high.
I did. I actually rolled a 13, but then it didn't go anywhere because I accidentally spammed the yes button.
Okay.
My bad for not. Hold on. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
19.
No, she
got the same roll.
definitely like palmed the paper and is now holding something out to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, keep track of those things. Good night.
Mhm.
Well, goodbye at least. And then she starts
Yeah, I don't
humming
think
again and wanders
Not
off.
at all. She must be drunk.
What'd you drop?
Looks at paper.
Meet with us tonight under town hall. And then in parentheses, I mean in the basement. Midnight.
He's gonna
Sorry,
hand
midnight.
it to midnight. He's gonna hand it to Adriel.
Oh, you want me to hold on to this?
No, read it.
Do you want me to hold on to this?
Yeah, it's trash, and you're the one that dropped it. Oh, louder.
I take it. I read it. I put it away. You know, you're going to meet with someone.
Say that loud, or you just what? Like you're just being mad type shit.
No, she's saying like,
shit.
you know, you're going to meet with someone. So I'll hold on to it.
Yeah. Thanks. So let people know I'm taking a walk.
All right, I will when they come back.
I'm gonna go look for Celia.
Okay. Give me an investigation roll, please. Meanwhile, you guys have made it to the forest. Did you have any conversation on your walk? You other three.
Dante wouldn't have started anything, but if anyone asked him about what happened, he would have responded. So that's up to you two.
The only conversation Seraphina's having right now is talking about what specific things she's looking for in the forest, because Dante mentioned healing potions earlier in the day, so she's looking for herbs and stuff to make healing potions.
Okay.
So she'd like pull out her herbology book, and she's got like little dried, like when you dry flowers, she's got like dried samples of the herbs so that she can show, this is what you need to look for, this is what I'm wanting, and like little notes that she has scribbled in her book.
So you're able to, through the notes that you have in your book, describe the little red mushroom that they really need to keep an eye out for. Because it's close to the river, this is actually a pretty decent spot to try and hunt down an amanita. It's just a little red mushroom with sort of a domed cap, red with little white spots, real cute. A preferred mushroom, to be honest. And you
No
can
favoritism here.
Yeah, you can distill one of them into a potion if you have the time and a vial.
Yeah, we'll look for as many of them as we can collect. I've got my herbalism kit, which has vials in it. And then in my bag, I specifically got extra vials, so.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Then I will go ahead and have you guys. You can do a survival check if you're.
Dante's actually in no mood. He after she explains it to him, he casts the 2nd level spell Locate Object on Amanita.
Okay. Let me just because I need to be
if you would like. That didn't do at all the thing I wanted. There you go. That's so loud and so long for the spell Locate Object. You have to chill. Forge VTT.
I didn't hear it, and I'm glad.
I didn't hear it either.
I didn't hear it either.
It was literally like the sound of. It was loud as fuck, just going for like fucking 15 seconds. It was crazy.
Christopher Nolan. Wah.
Basically.
Okay.
And I'm doing the
how long does
second
this
part, the alternative part. 10 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. For the other two, you guys can roll. Especially since he's doing this, you can roll. Oh my god, I've completely forgotten the name of this. Survival. For some reason, I was like scavenging. You can roll survival with advantage.
You can roll scavenging.
You can roll a check, some kind. You pick.
You can roll
Just
anything you
roll.
want, probably.
Roll acrobatics to find a mushroom.
I'm doing cartwheels through the forest.
Okay. Callum, if you want to, you can also roll.
You said with advantage?
Mm-hmm. Okay. With that, then I will say that with over the course of the next 10 minutes, you guys are able to locate 2 red amanita mushrooms before the spell runs out. And they're just sort of growing together. And with your survival check, Seraphina, you're able to harvest them so that they are able to definitely be used later. I will also allow you guys to make 2 rolls on your gathering. So let me go ahead and share this out to you guys. can remember exactly how to do that. Forests. I think you guys just need to be observers for it. Mm-mm-mm. And do you guys see rollable tables?
Yes.
Where is that under?
And under, it's going to be its own little tab, probably below journal.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
yep.
Yeah, it is below journal.
Oh,
And
there it is.
then in potion crafting and gathering, you should have one that is gathering grassland.
I have no options under
I
rollable
have
tables.
Gathering
You are using
forests.
spell. Yeah, sorry, gathering.
Oh, it's just them.
You're
Okay,
using a
okay,
spell,
okay.
Just those two. So go ahead and open that up, and you can click draw result twice.
Get some stuff, guys.
Guys, I use magic. You guys are just simpletons.
I don't know if I'm doing it right, but it's like
Ooh.
there's a red X when I try to click it.
Ooh.
When you try to click draw result.
Yeah, there's just like when I go to click, there's a circle with a red cross through it.
Let me
Was
make sure that
try again. Maybe it only lets us roll one at a time.
Nothing.
Okay.
Let me switch you back to default, and then I'll switch you back to.
You don't have this.
An
You do not have the
observer?
sufficient permission.
You should now have it. And do you see draw result at the bottom? Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
You guys both got one.
And then you can roll an additional.
Stop
If you would
copying
like.
me. Go pick your own
Roll
herbs.
12. Roll
Wait,
12.
they got different
I
things.
didn't
What
roll
do we do?
One.
Cat
I didn't
got
roll
your
a 12.
tongue.
Okay. So, Seraphina, you receive a pixie's parasol and a fairy stool. I don't know if these just show up on your sheet. If they don't, let me know.
Not immediately seeing them, but I'm looking through all my little
Okay.
backpacks and pouches.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them
Look
either.
at this little backpack boy.
No
Backpack,
worries.
backpack.
Checking his man
You got
purse.
pixie and
Don't
fairy
you talk
stool.
shit about my MERS.
So 2 additional mushrooms. It totally makes sense that you would find other mushrooms while you're looking for mushrooms.
I found a loaded gun.
So they are in
That was
your
Rainer that found it.
Yeah.
items there. And you can roll a nature check to see if you recognize these guys.
Locate object, loaded gun.
Where did you put these in?
I haven't put it yours in yet. I
Oh,
just
okay.
got.
You just just roll a nature check to see if you know what it is.
That a mushroom.
Damn, they both
Okay.
rolled
You're
good as
welcome.
hell. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh,
Okay. So, for your guys' Pixie's Parasols, actually go ahead and also roll 1d12.
Oh. Mine exploded.
Okay.
Boom.
Oh, wow. Seraphina, you did fantastic. Okay. Go ahead. I put a Pixie's Parasol on your sheet. Go ahead and make that 11 of them.
Damn.
Nice.
And then you got 3.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Do you think she's lying?
You think she'd just say, nah, fuck you?
I think she's
You
just
get
I'm
really
one.
looking-
excited.
I was Drake and Josh and you actually. You get none.
what does it do?
What
much
you
is it
guys
worth?
are aware of is this is an ingredient that has a couple of different uses. You would need to know how to make these potions, but some of the things that you know can be made from it is invisible ink, potions of
Ooh.
diminution that shrink you, and potions of mana that can help you restore your magical energy.
Interesting.
Whoa.
Can me out of character ask? Can that be also used to make the magical inks I need to write spells?
In this case, no.
Fuck.
Fuck.
It,
Gwen, you hate
can-
me. She fucking hates me.
build an additional potion that's called Midnight Oil. That basically you can pour out 1 or more ounces to the ground at your feet, and then choose a point on the ground within 5 feet of you, and it basically creates a sphere of darkness centered on that point, and duplicates a darkness spell, and the effect remains for a number of rounds equal to the number of ounces poured, but also ends early. So it's basically just like a little potion of darkness that can be used. It also has some other abilities that I'm not going to share with you. And I also get Callum to roll 2d4.
Five.
Okay. Make sure that you have 5 of your cat's tongue.
Ooh.
And can I get you to roll 1d4, Ari?
I only have 1 cat. What do I do about the other tongues?
Distance is pain.
And you have 4 fairy stools. So
Damn,
cat
she's going
tongue
off.
can be used to help create potions of animal friendship, potions of heroism, antitoxins, teas of refreshment, potions of vitality, and potions of plant speak.
I'm gonna talk to
A
a
nice
ficus.
diverse little thing if you know how to craft those potions.
with
Fairy
the
still
tree
can
before
be
you fuck
used
it.
for potions of invisibility, potions of true sight, elixirs of health, filters of love, truth serums, and liquid luck.
Damn.
Yeah.
And find more
But
of that
don't eat
shit.
it. Don't eat it, because if you do eat it, you'll be blind for a minute
I eat 5 of them raw.
and
Good to
have
know,
vivid
though.
hallucinations.
Apparently the pixie parasol
that's-
are worth
that
50
is-
gold.
Truly the shrew.
I think all the herbs are listed at 50 gold. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
In my head canon, I'm rich.
I mean,
Hell,
that's-
Henner, rich
That's
guy.
why when she said you get 11, I'm like, seriously? Because it's 50
Yeah.
gold a piece. That's 550 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Forget the adventuring life. I'm becoming a shroom dealer.
I thought you already were before the adventuring life. What's going on?
I was. My mom made me become an adventurer.
Do
She
you
didn't understand, man.
Yeah, she's trying to get you
know
away
how
from drug
much
dealer.
these sell for, man?
Mom, I could retire us off one fucking shroomy, dude.
If I find a shroomy, that pays better than a blacksmith for 3 weeks, dog.
Do you guys have any conversation while you're gathering things?
I will say, maybe if it prompts anything from them, Dante's not going to start any conversation. He looks angry in a way he usually isn't, and like deeply frustrated. Like Seraphina said, like, we're going to look for this mushroom, and usually he'd be like, okay, let's go search for a mushroom. And he like waved his hand and casted a fucking spell and threw a card to the ground and then said they're over there.
Oh, I forgot to give you the red amanitas.
Would Callum have noticed him?
Absolutely. It's so abundantly clear that he is in a bad fucking mood.
I would think that given the amount of mushrooms that Seraphina has found versus how many Callum found, he's probably finished his search before she did. And he'd probably look over to him and kind of like cock an eyebrow up and be like, "Mushroom for your thoughts?"
Quit giving away our mushrooms.
Callum, do you understand what happened back there?
Kinda, but I can tell clearly it had way more of an effect on you than I think someone else.
Something wrote in to Ash like she was a spell book.
See, that prompts me with two different questions. First off, the what? But wrote into her like a spell book is still kind of eluding me.
So, and Dante will, standing with him in the woods, he'll pull out his deck of cards that is his spell book. And he'll take one from the middle, which would be magic missile, let's say. And he'll go, see this?
Yeah.
See, it's like a card, but there's all the detail that's on the card is information. It's all what makes the spell real. I don't know anyone else that does it the way I do, but I write how the spell happens in the art of the card. That got written into Kincaid.
Fuck, does something like that even happen?
I don't know. That's why I got mad. I don't like not knowing. Something happened in there that he didn't do. And if he had, I would have killed him.
For how at odds you two are, you seem mighty protective. Not judging, just an observation.
Kincaid don't like me much these days. And
Not
recently,
necessarily the other way around, though, is it?
recently I've come to know exactly why she don't like me much these days. Today, she told me what I did that wronged her so bad. And we've been at odds for years. Me thinking she was just being spiteful. But I caused her pain. I fucked her life up by leaving when I did. And I thought she was mad about me leaving, but she was more mad about what they did to her because I left. You know what? Hey, you want to know what happened?
Only if you're willing to talk about it.
My family sent me to another man to be his prophet.
What do you mean by that?
Just like what you saw today. They sent me to him because I assumed he paid them quite well to read his futures. And seemingly, I'm pretty good at that. Don't mean I'm much like it.
How did Kincaid get mixed up in that?
We were both wards of the same man. And I was much better than her at it. And I left. And they made her do what I did in my place. And she's not as good as it as I am. And from what she said to me, it was not pleasant. And I don't think what I had to do was pleasant. So I can only imagine.
He would he'd be listening the whole time, nodding here and there as he like kind of answers questions that Callum clearly forms, but then they get answered. Before he'd kind of take like an inhale, nod again, and then look at him. I don't think that it's fair to blame somebody else's actions on yourself. I don't think it's... And he kind of hesitates for a moment, almost like he, like, not like quite 1,000-yard stare, but like other gears turning in his head before he starts up again. I don't think it's fair to put that kind of burden on yourself.
But
yeah,
I
it
put
may have been
that
a catalyst, but it's not like you would have known. Could have known.
I could have if I listened better. I didn't understand that she was sat there for him waiting as my replacement. And if I'd stayed, I could have protected her from that. And I didn't. I don't think it's all my fault, but I don't think it's not my fault either.
It's fair.
If you tell her that, I'll kill you.
We don't really talk like that, me and her, so I think we're good on that front.
When we were younger, there was all this brightness in her, this shine. And I thought she just became bitter. That she decided that wasn't what was good. But with what she said today, I think I took that away.
Not unfamiliar in regards to seeing the light leave somebody's eyes like that. But listen, all we can do right now is just figure out how to put a stop to this mess. Hopefully if we put a stop to it here, then no one else be writing in your friend. I can see that this, as much as I want to get out of this town, I can see that this all sort of means something to you, so as long as you're here trying to figure that out, I got you. I'm here.
I don't much like the gods, Callum.
You and me both.
I don't like that there's a god of fate who feels they decide what is and isn't good or right or what needs to happen.
You would see a noticeable tightening of Callum's jaw.
And you see that too. So
let's take fate in our own hands then.
that's all I've ever done.
Just nod to him.
Dante would at that point walk
10, 15 feet away, looking for mushrooms on the ground to end the conversation.
He would just turn and kind of like watch him walk off for a couple seconds before he just kind of leans against a tree, head back against the bark as he's like looking up through the canopy up at like whatever bits of sky he can see, and just kind of wait for everyone to be done.
Oh, I found another Pixie's parasol.
Okay. How's that investigation going? What did you end up rolling? Merrick?
For what? Did I roll?
Or hunting for
We rolled
Celia?
a 20, I think.
A 20. Okay.
Yeah, dirty 20.
Dirty, filthy, nasty 20.
Okay.
Do you have any approach for how you're looking for her?
I'm doing a soups cash walk through the town, but I think he would probably check some of those guard towers that he saw her at one time.
Sure.
Just but not like talking to any of the guards asking where she is, just seeing if he can spot her and sort of run into her.
Yeah, I mean, it takes you a while, but eventually, towards the sort of eastern gate that there is, you see that the gate is not particularly used very often, but there is a tower there, and it looks like a bunch of the militia guards have gathered up, and like she and they are having a conversation about whatever it is that militia might be making a conversation. Merrick could probably take several guesses, having, had military-like training in his temple. But they're having a meeting at this point. Does he hang back? Does he interrupt? What does he do?
What's the general vibe? Does it look serious? Are they mad, or are they just mostly jovial with their meeting?
I wouldn't say that they're
Not
jovial.
but
It looks
cordial.
like it's just a you're getting the sense it's very run of the mill, like this
regular
might be
ass
something
meeting.
that they do every day
Yeah.
as a check-in.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to her in the group, and I'm going to stand as tall and official looking as I can, and I'm going to push the cloak back. I'm essentially peacocking as I walk up. I want to make myself very known to these people.
So,
But I'm staring straight at her.
So I know that word's starting to get around of the spectacle last night, but if folks want to, howdy, Merrick.
Hi there.
How can we help you?
I'd like to speak to you whenever you're done with your meeting. It is important.
We were mostly wrapping up. Just make sure that you're reassuring to anybody who comes out to ask. Nobody was hurt. It was fine. So, be about yourselves again. The other guards kind of glance at you curiously and then take note of your holy symbol, and then there's kind of a like, oh, okay, like suddenly everything makes sense, and they head off in different directions to sort of spread themselves throughout the town. As they're heading off, she turns towards you. What can I help you with?
Is there more private area that we can talk that we might not have people listening?
Well, step into my office, I guess. And she turns and unlatches the door to the guard tower and holds it open for you. The interior is dark, but when you start to head in, she makes her way in like she's been in here a bunch of different times. And once inside, she lights a lantern.
Before we have that conversation above table, and maybe this is Splooey's brain. Am I forgetting what happened last night?
The
tower?
fire.
Fire?
Okay, the fake
with the
fire.
house. Yeah.
What? Cause were there other people that were aware of that?
She also showed up because she was on guard duty.
She did,
And
yeah.
she saw it, and so she was basically saying like people are starting to talk about things, so
Okay,
other
okay.
people might have seen it through their windows.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but I thought,
Mhm.
is there something else that happened? Like, oh, this is a little information. But okay. That's what I kind of. All right.
Mhm.
There seems to be I'd like to have a more extensive conversation with you. More than what we had last night.
All right.
There seems to be things that we've uncovered. Things that are happening in this town. Some of which you are probably aware of. And based on that conversation, I think some of it that you have some level of a problem with. Am I overstepping?
Well, I'd love to hear what's on your mind.
Well, I think more importantly, I'd love to know what's on yours.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
D4. Huh. It's almost a 20. Oh!
Look. I can see that there is no doubt due to that strange spectacle last night some investment you feel. But would I be wrong in my assumption that you and your companions are passing through?
Ultimately, we are passing through.
That being the case, what I have on my mind at this point is that some very strange things are happening to a town that quite frankly doesn't deserve it. That has been through more than its fair share of hardship. And the horizon doesn't really look any different. For a while, at least. So, if some travelers coming through treat my friends, the citizens of Furwin, courteously, kindly, help them out, then I have no cause for complaint. But you're also going to be moving on. And I'd really rather that if you do, it is not having stirred everything up in your wake. So the question I'm posing to you is really the one that I think is more important, which is what is on your mind.
The occurrences that have happened recently, as you stated, they much like the one that happened last night that we noticed?
Folks talk. That's the first time I've ever seen anything that's so overt. I'm not sure if it's caused by anything in particular. But
Have they happened over the years or just recently?
Furwin has had a lot of death, Merrick. This town's always had its ghost stories, but yeah, I guess that folks have been a little more on edge in the past year. A good friend to a lot of the people here left. So,
Who?
her name was Alana. We talked about her last night. She's the one who used to live in the house, but
Merrick's
did not
nodding.
die in that house.
I know she didn't die there.
Well, I know she didn't die there either. We talked about this.
Well, contrary to talk, we acted. I'm going to speak plainly to you because I think that's what you expect, and I expect that you would take this as a sign of trust, because I think your heart is in the right place.
All right.
We found her body.
I see. Where?
Tower. Side of town. It was in room. Seems to be some sort of an altar to Artan. We can take you there. We can show you. I think that is proof enough that she simply didn't leave town. We have reason to believe she was discovered and murdered. And I think the both of us know exactly who is the culprit.
I would caution you against making accusations you can't prove, Merrick.
And that's why I want to take you there. We want to take you there.
We'll definitely want to go to retrieve her remains to lay her at rest. But is there proof of anything other than that she died in a temple?
Give me 1 second. Look at these notes because I'm pretty sure I wrote down.
Really? We have papers we have to find in his room.
Yeah. Yeah, remind me, how did we find out that Mergen was obsessed with her? Wasn't it from Celia?
It's from multiple people.
Yeah. Moodlegraw most
Who was
recently,
that?
but
Yeah,
Celia
but there's
did say
different-
that Alana had attracted attention, but that doesn't mean he would have killed her.
I think it was Willem's wife.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
I have written down.
Listen,
Celia said she left because Mergen was very interested in her, and her pursuit. His pursuit made
Well,
her uncomfortable.
She's asking you of
Mhm.
like proof that
Oh, like it was
seems like he
specifically
did
him?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have our suspicions that are going to lead us to gather more proof. We have more information.
Okay.
About documents existing that might prove his involvement. We don't have a way safely into that temple to investigate, but maybe you do?
You're asking me. All right. You found her body in this temple. You're wanting to investigate the temple further and you need my assistance with it while you get some papers? Are they in the temple?
We have reason to believe so.
Well, where? Were they with her body?
Well, no, if they were with her body, we'd have them.
Are they hidden somewhere? And then I'll be honest, I didn't know there was a temple to Artan underneath that building or in that building. Or
Neither did we. But the temple I'm speaking of is the one that Mergen is currently occupying.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's the access
Sure.
we request.
Oh, on what pretense?
But we found the dead bodies, the things that you failed to find, the things that you failed to act on.
All right, settle down.
I don't think I will.
I understand that you've made a discovery, and I'm devastated to know that somebody I liked is not off living somewhere happily ever after. What I'm asking you is, on what pretense can I begin an investigation of the most powerful man in the most powerful place in this town without it being an accusation that he had some part in it? Which I think is what you're getting at.
We found a medallion that has a double-faced head, the same as the coins, the same as the symbol you wear right now.
Just above table, she does not wear this symbol.
Oh, really?
No, because they're the town militia. They're not his guards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The same ones that they wear that guard that temple.
Where did you find it?
In the temple with the dead body. In the basement of the tower. Where I found this. And he takes out of his bag the little statuette of Artan.
Okay. Well, that proves then that there was worship going on down there. And Merrick, please hear me when I'm telling you I'm laying this out so you understand what we need to be able to overcome here. Because again, the most powerful man in this town. By far. You found evidence of an illegal place of worship in an abandoned tower.
Who makes it illegal?
The same most powerful man. But because it is illegal, it should not exist. Obviously, that's why they were keeping it secret.
It is illegal according to a man.
That's how all laws are made.
But he uses a god falsely to proclaim this law. That's the issue. And frankly, if that's not the case in your eyes, a law that seems to be unjust and you do nothing about it, for years, people persecuted for even thinking about worshiping something else other than what he says, and you do nothing.
Merrick, look around. This
Yeah.
town is barely holding itself together. Nobody has the strength to go up against that temple. I certainly don't. None of my guards are outfitted with even a lick of magic. They're just farmers who are willing to put in extra hours to patrol.
Well, good news. Because shit rode into town the other night. And we're looking to hit the fucking fan. So you can either get on board or step aside.
Do not threaten me,
I'm not
Merrick.
threatening you. I'm threatening one person.
One thing I've asked of you. One. And that is not to leave this town devastated in your wake. So if you have accusations, I'm happy to bring this. Hell, I'll call a fucking trial.
This is why I don't go talking to people, because I'm just going to make it worse. If we do nothing and leave,
If you do nothing, leave.
the mess you fear will happen anyway.
It'll
I'm gonna
be
go
like
back to-
you were never.
Exactly. It will be like I was never here, and it'll just get worse and worse and worse. And
It
you'll
is not
continue
that I
to do
don't want your
nothing.
help, Merrick. It is that this needs to happen right.
Oh,
Because it is not just him in that temple.
you're right.
It
And
is
maybe
the
we can
guards.
use you
It
to
is the
get them
priests.
out.
It is all of the acolytes, everyone's first sons in this town. Everybody is invested. So,
Say first sons.
yes. So I don't know how you and your goddess come to terms with the fact that this cannot happen in blood. This has to happen through reason. That we have to be able to prove to all of those people that he is convinced that they are on the wrong path. Because we don't want to hurt them. So that's what I'm saying. If you need to pull him down, and I'm not saying that the town doesn't need it either, you gotta do it right. You gotta have evidence. And she like drags her hands down her face. I will see if I can possibly get him out of the temple for an inspection tomorrow.
You working shift tonight?
I work a shift every night.
We may come calling around midnight. Potentially before, potentially past. If you so happen to make your patrols near the space that we found you the first night we were here, I think that might be beneficial to all of us. I'm going to go talk to my group. I'm one person, one mind. I forget things. There may be more evidence I'm missing out on, but there may be more evidence we can gather.
Get what you can. Make a public accusation. Make him answer. That is something that he will have to abide by.
And I need you to understand that if and when he does not abide, that when bureaucracy fails, that's when we step in. And we'll handle it so you don't have to get your hands dirty. And all you have to do is pick up the pieces.
What this town needs is normalcy, Merrick. Normal towns have trials. Normal towns figure out how to deal with someone, how to punish someone if they've been bad.
And what about this?
If you have the ability to make that happen, I support you. But this
Just
is
understand.
not.
Keep going.
You cut her off.
No, keep going. I hate that I can't see you because naturally I don't know when to jump in.
This is not the place for vigilantes. We've had too much of that.
I just need you to understand that there's nothing normal about this town. I think
I
you
live here, I
understand.
know that.
Therefore, normalcy kind of goes out the window.
Merrick.
We'll play
We
by your
are-
rules. I agree. It's your town. I agree to this. We will find the evidence you so desperately seek. We will confront him in a way that is honorable and lawful. And we will see what his reaction is. But from my experience, people that have gained, gathered, and controlled the power over others don't easily let it go. But hey, I've been wrong before. And I hope I'm wrong now.
Make it something undeniable so that you can do what the rest of us who are just trying to survive the next day haven't had the energy to do.
So be it.
And I want nothing to do with whatever might be happening that I don't know about at midnight.
What did you wait? Repeat that?
I want nothing to do with whatever I don't know about might be happening at midnight.
She doesn't want to know about our crimes, dog.
You can find
Well-
me before, You can find me after. But whatever
Oh.
you're doing that keeps you busy at midnight, you do that, and I don't want to hear a lick about it.
I wasn't sure if she was alluding to knowing about the meeting or just that I had said be around at midnight, and
No,
that's
you
what she's...
told her midnight.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify.
She is implying that she does know about midnight, but she does not want to know about midnight. She wants plausible deniability for everything.
But like specifically knowing about midnight as in the meeting, not that what I alluded
She
to.
doesn't want to know shit if we're gonna beat him to death in the middle of the church. She wants to not be included.
So she's agreed to meet with you at some point during the night. She's also agreed to do her best to get him out of the temple tomorrow for an inspection.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your
Yeah.
time.
Thank you for yours. We do appreciate what's going on. It's just fragile here, Merrick. It's more fragile than anything's ever been.
Yeah, well, we're willing to do something about it. And he walks towards the door.
She lets him have the last line.
Yeah.
Adriel,
Hey.
did you remain outside of the inn?
No.
What's up?
She goes to Olivia's.
Okay. You head down the road to a home you know belongs to Olivia. It feels like you've walked this path many times before. And you're at her front door. The lights are on inside. You can see smoke curling from the chimney. It's getting close to about the time when people would start preparing dinner, so this makes sense.
I knock.
After a few moments, you know what? I should have had this up for Celia, but I didn't. Sorry, Splue. A perpetually sort of tired looking woman in her late 30s, early 40s opens the door and her eyebrows lift a little bit. She kind of glances around because she's seen you before and you're usually with other people. Yes? Hello?
Olivia?
That's right.
Can I come inside?
She looks down at the armor that you wear. Can I ask what this is about?
It has very little to do with my current appearance.
Okay. She looks really confused and then
Is it just you home?
at the moment, yes.
Are you
I have a
expecting
son,
anyone?
but he
I know.
No.
Is he going to come home or is he staying at the temple?
he's staying at the temple.
Okay, I need to come inside.
She still looks hesitant and then steps back a little to give you room to come in.
She goes inside.
I'm so proud of him.
You don't have to lie to me. Olivia, this is gonna sound really insane. And she like double checks the door to make sure it's really, really shut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am not who you think I am.
Above
You think-
table. Just checking. Is this the correct accent?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an intentional choice.
Mm-hmm. Olivia's just sort of squinting at you.
I know you think I'm this cleric that came here with these people. They don't live here. They don't belong here.
Okay.
It's me,
Next.
Olivia. It's Alana.
Her eyes widen. And I think we're going to go ahead and
Oh,
close
fuck
it
you.
for the
No,
week.
we got another
will
hour. No, we got
Hit
another
you
hour.
with a shovel. Another hour.
No, I can't. I simply can't. That's such a good cliffhanger.
No, I don't want cliffhangers. We can find another good cliffhanger an hour from now.
We simply shall not. Thank you guys so much for a really fantastic session, in my opinion.
What?
What is happening?
What's happening?
You fell for my trick, bitch. That's what's happening.
You fell for my trap card.
I thought I knew everything.
Hey, I had a good understanding that I had a better understanding than Splooey did of what was going on, and that's now been obliterated. Well,
We
not
will figure
obliterated.
out what the heck is going on. Where's Adriel? How long has she been Alana? When did she become Alana, and what does this mean? This is very interesting. Does this have anything to do with her shadow person? We don't know. What's the
I talked to
meeting
on the
gonna
fucking
be?
porch.
What's the meeting gonna be at midnight, guys? What's wrong with Kincaid? When is Seraphina gonna get a chance to brew her fucking mushrooms?
I
Dante's
found another
looking
Pixie's
handsome.
parasol, y'all.
Dante's looking handsome. He's smoking a
Legend
cigarette.
says
Everything's
she's still
okay.
out there finding Pixie's
Yeah,
parasol.
we just left her. We left her in the woods.
Guys? Guys?
We're
I
standing
hope you
400
guys-
meters away, and I'm offering him Callum a cigarette. We're so far from what's going on with this.
Oh no, I clicked something I didn't mean to. I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah.
I certainly did. I hope the chat had fun. Thank you so much, Lolo, for the bits. Thank you for all of the tasty little lore drops that we got today. Osab, we miss you and can't wait to have you back again. We will be back next week at the same time. I will also call out that, thus begins the gauntlet of birthdays associated to this channel. So expect that in the coming weeks of some birthday wishes for folks. But
I
yeah,
got
we
a
will be
month.
back next week. We pinky swear, we pinky promise, we pinky pact. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Fuck you, Gwen.